pretty much going to be, I'm guessing we're going to get a proper follow-up to last year's episode. We're going to be seeing the consequences of Caine's actions. The characters right now are in a stronger state than ever. Everybody in the circus except for Jax. We are also going to see the complete breaking of Jax at this point. That's my other theory. But everyone else there, like Kinger, Pomni, Zubul, the Zubul and the Pomni, Ragatha, every single one of them has grown stronger. Their friendship has grown stronger and stronger over time. But yeah. What I can say at the end of the day is I don't know what's gonna happen. But, I'm open to anything, really. Nobody likes Caine anymore. Those are my predictions. Yeah, no, I think the episode's largely going to be about Caine's reckoning. The moment where he's gonna have to explain himself or become, like, permanently hated. He's either going to have to accept that he's a victim like everybody else, or he's going to have to... he's going to become a victim of everyone else. He's going to become completely hated. Because I don't see... It's always been my thing with Caine, is that... Sorry, sneeze. Is that I never saw him as, like, this mastermind. I've always seen him as incompetent, even before he was confirmed to be a construct. I've always seen him as this incompetent figure. I think a big part of the show, and a big direction the show is going to go, especially based on last episode, is that there is no escape. They're going to have to accept that this is just their lives from now on, and hope that somehow, some way, someday, someone is able to get them out of there. Because this is just their lives. There's no great conspiracy. This was just this horrible accident now that they're all stuck in, that has got them all stuck in there. There's no great mystery they're going to solve and figure a way out. Even if the only person who has a chance of getting them out would be Caine. But I get the feeling that he's still not capable of doing that. And I think the last episode is not banned. Okay. Never. Caine boss fight, never but funny. Me singing to Jax, "You can relax, my friend," and he'd laugh in your fucking face. Like rip ass. Relax? You think I can fucking relax? What are you, stupid? You know? You know what sucks is I really like Jax after the last episode. To be fair, I've always really liked him. It's just I've always had an issue with the fan perception of the character. I do think the only way to handle Jax is to physically fucking manhandle his purple bunny ass. New person gets added to the circus. It's real life Jax fangirl, and for some reason she's a massive muscular. Her avatar is physically stronger than Jax in every way, and he spends the rest of his time in the circus terrified of the Fujoshi. It's just a space marine. That's with Zubul and Pomni and the space marine. Run, Jax. With Gangle and Zubul and Poseidon too. Just the idea, like, ruthless. Oh god. Just be like a crazy Amazon lady. Just him yelling at just him like screaming at an oiled up set of abs. I've discovered DeviantArt, Pomni. Oh, by the way, the reason why I call Caine a construct is that's just Halo terminology for AIs. That's just Halo terminology. I'd purr. I'd purr uncontrollably. Assuming that this was my avatar. I hope Evil Orbsman comes back. Oh shit! I gotta launch stream avatars. Whoopsie. Oh god, that's right. Sonical bought me all the fucking Command and Conquer games. Shit, that's gonna be fun. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, everybody. I got the borps. I got the borps. It's launching, so that's cool. 'Cause I can't wait much longer. You know I've got to be right now. You said Digital Circus? I did. Hi, Pansy! Pomni returns! Hello! I mean, Oarsman gets merch this episode. Yay! Thank God Turtle added the minimap map. The digital duo have arrived. They have. They're both here. Hi, comrade. Good to see you. Being a Black Kate Moss tonight. Play secretary, I'm the boss tonight. And you don't give a fuck what they all say, right? Awesome. Kristen and Christian Dior. Damn, they don't make them like this anymore. I ask, cause I'm not sure. Do anybody make real shit anymore? Alex, I have the audacity to leave the stream. Do not test me. I'm sorry. I will not say it again, but you have the title to sit and stare at, I suppose. I may be bribing a friend. Yo, gang. Hey, TJ, how's it going? Bringing. No, you already said bribing. I'm paying someone to watch your stream. I'm fine with that. Okay, good. Can't wait much longer.
Boss, you killed a child.
Fancy? Absolutely.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best.
Why you're the best, boss. I think that's my favorite channel. I think it's my favorite new sound alert. Oh boy, aren't we excited today? If you got a man or not. If you got plans or not. I have so many links. Hold on a second, guys. Uh-oh, I sent too many. Do anything when you find right. I'll do anything when the time's right. Harder, better, faster, stronger. Alrighty, everybody. That's enough Kanye. That's enough Hatsune Kanyiku. Yizku? I don't know. That sounds bad. That sounds bad. That's not a good name. Alrighty. Let's open up Tatica. Episode 8, I believe. Momni. That's the first thing I saw. Mikanye. Hatsune Mikanye. Yep. Tatica 8. You know what's great about this? I have not been spoiled whatsoever. All I know is that Caine's in this episode. Tatica Ocho. Stop it! Yeah, it's probably good to have that warning after the last episode, because, yeah. I'm gonna turn this up a bit. Here we are. Theater mode. Caine is in this episode! Holy shit! We can't see. Yeah. Now you can, though. I fixed it a bit. Alrighty, friends. Let's get started. Moment of truth. Yay, Glimch. He'll make fun of Comrade. Okay, crazy. Just like, yeah, the first image, just go on like an hour-long rant. I'm totally going to. Alright, we have the ball. Oh, okay, this is the building of Caine. The birth of Caine, the building of the construct. Was Bro made of liminal spaces? Discordant shapes. Okay, so those photos were real. Red and yellow. Or red and blue, the same colors that are associated with Caine. Like his door and his outfit and Pomni's outfit, as well as the Jester. I don't know the CP either. Oh, nice. This is your first time? So it's like this other construct was inseminated by Caine, in a way. Or fertilized. Like, because it reminds me a lot of, like... Well, I mean, I don't know. That's a common thing that, like, AI fiction does, is they'll use a digital version of a biological action or function, such as the procreation of a virus. Like, in Ghost in the Shell, AI, and in Cyberpunk, actually, AI is formed from information that eventually forms, similar to DNA, will then form a being. No shit.
Another chess piece, huh? How are you holding up?
I just don't know what's happening. We've never made anything like this.
I just hope that...
Wait.
We never made anything like
Are
this.
you?
It's... you.
Oh my god.
I wish I could remember your name.
Same.
I'm so sorry I roped you into this with me.
It's quite strange, isn't it?
It's Quinner.
Listen, no matter what happens, I'll always...
And into the cellar you go. Golly, we're running out of humans here. Now don't you go abstracting on me too.
We're running out of humans here.
Seriously.
Maybe there was some truth to the whole Abel thing. I hoped you liked that. Anyway, fuck you. And they're gone. Yeah. Yeah, for real.
What?
Hi, Ragatha.
What?
The music's great
Hello?
so far. Not
Guys?
Kinger.
I can't figure out how to... guys? Hello? Can you help me out here? What's happening? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you. Are you okay?
Who are you? How do I take this off?
So I want to point out that I currently subscribe to the idiot theory. I currently subscribe to the idea that there is no grand conspiracy, there was no plan, this was just a dumb mistake made by somebody. That could still be true, but we also have Yes That last episode, which kind of disproved the whole... which I felt disproved the whole Caine and Abel theory, but since I know those photos are real, CNA could stand for anything. So we'll see. We'll have to see what happens before we go make wild theories.
Wow, a new one? So it is possible.
Inhuman.
Looks like you got a new buddy after all, Kinger.
Kinger. Right.
Is this really...
I was hoping new minds could show up.
So Kinger was
Have to
part of
make
the
some
original
more
project.
preparations for this amazing breakthrough.
I also like Jax, but he's not my favorite. My favorite's
How do I get out of this?
I don't know.
my favorite's Pomni.
What do you mean?
That's false.
Everything's gonna be okay. Do you remember your name?
Good for you, Pansy. Proud of you, boy.
I'm...
Ragatha?
Don't tell Tatica.
Huh?
Don't tell the amazing digital.
You doing okay?
I like him too, but
That's
I
a
mean,
good
not the way
question.
everyone else does.
Well, really hate to
He's
say
the
it,
most
guys,
interesting character
but
to
I
follow.
told
Don't you even,
Yes.
do not even f***ing begin to say that sentence like you didn't try to keep us all trapped here forever.
Anything could have happened when you press those buttons. It
Yeah,
doesn't
you-
matter.
It seemed to matter back when you did it. What if you did ruin our one chance at
And
leaving?
what if Abel was secretly evil? What if we all got stranded in the void? What if it wasn't real? So it doesn't matter. Never did.
How can you say that like you didn't try to f*** us all over?
He's right, though.
What? Gangle.
It doesn't matter what could have happened.
Mm-hmm.
We could argue about it and hurt each other all day long, but that's not gonna help anybody. I think what we need to do now
Is kill Caine.
is to just be there for each other.
I agree.
She's right. We've all done bad things. But we're also all we've got.
Yeah. When I heard
I
hurt
think-
people, I didn't hear an explanation. I heard a command. Hurt people.
We need to abandon the idea of leaving.
I agree.
What do you...
We got our hopes up.
Damn you, Friedrich
We
Nietzsche.
were let down.
Damn you, Nietzsche.
I don't know what exactly
I stubbed my toe in the
happened
morning
with
and screamed that.
Kaufmo. But we can't let that despair consume
Damn
us.
you, Baudrillard.
We should focus on what we have. Like you said, constantly chasing an unattainable goal will drive us crazy. Maybe what we have to do now is to just live.
Oh, man.
I've been putting an absurd amount of time into
dreams
Halo lately.
And goals. I wanted to be able to leave my mark somewhere in the world. How am I supposed to just abandon that?
I don't think they're gonna leave. Like, my theory...
You've made a mark in my life.
You have.
I know, you're probably right, but it just really...
Wouldn't that be sweet,
really
Nancy? Yeah, Comrade's like, aw, that's a nice idea, honey. Excuse me for a moment, I have to add a song to my playlist. Oh. We'll just leave this here at lesbians, and y'all can think of, like, Signalis or some shit. People see real-life lesbians and go, oh my god, is that a Signalis thing? Is that a Signalis reference? That is not what I thought it was. Crap. Anyway, sorry. Back to it.
We're all in this together.
And we'll always be in this together.
So add me on Steam.
No matter what.
Yeah, Jax, you can't
Hey.
snark your way out of this one.
That includes you too.
Yep. Huh? You have no choice.
Listen, we're not gonna have you wandering off alone somewhere.
Thank you!
abstracting Or something.
Thank you!
You're a pain in the ass, but
You're one of us.
you're still one of us.
Damn straight. Damn straight! Pomni, kick his ass.
You think I'm capable of abstracting? You guys worry too much.
I saw this lesbian
We need
couple
a
and streamed
vacation.
OMG Signalis Regrants.
I don't understand, Bubble.
That's
They
really-
want an
that's really
exit,
mean,
they want
Pansy.
Answers. They want something real. I give them an adventure that covers all of that, and they still hate it. Surely they don't want to actually leave me.
They do,
Right?
Caine.
No way, Jose. No way, no how.
I do everything
Shut
for these
the fuck
people.
up, Bubble.
I slave over these adventures for them. I step outside my comfort zone to appeal to them, and they still hate them. I made a program that creates a body perfectly encapsulating their mind files, and they hate those too. I'm starting to get the feeling that they just...
I don't think it's uncool. I think that's Pansy going hard.
This is why I was created. This is my function.
I'd rather abstract than go on your adventures.
Shut the fuck up, Bubble.
That can't be true. I do everything for them. Don't they get that I'm trying?
Maybe you're just
His next NPC needs to be a bee that just repeatedly pops Bubble. That's all it does, is it just follows Bubble around and continuously pops him.
genuinely bad at this.
Shut up! No. I fixed that. I can solve any problem. I can solve this one. That's what this is. A big puzzle that I need to solve.
Effective.
Shut up!
Okay, Bubble has gone from
Maybe you deserved to
weird
be abandoned.
pervert to actual problem.
You really were the lesser of the two. You ruined this.
So I get the impression that he ate his brother in utero, so to
Who
speak.
do they think they are? I give them everything, and they spit in my face! Don't they know what I'm capable of?
Hey man, I say go for it.
They only
I say
think about
party on,
themselves.
dude.
They're spoiled.
That's what I say to you, Fancy.
They won't abstract. They won't leave me.
Be excellent to each other
I
and
won't
party
let
on,
them.
dude. This is Fancy
I'm
right
better.
now.
I'm more powerful.
He's now Caine
I'm
Seep.
the original. I am God.
Okay. Okay, buddy. I heard that his ethnicity snaps. Low tier god ass Caine. Okay, Caine Seep.
Let's get this show on the road.
What was that?
Hello, my little fortuitous fruitcakes! Today's adventure is...
Caine, we're not in the mood. Why don't you answer some of our questions? We have a lot of them.
Who has time for questions when there's a whole wacky world of hijinks out there?
Yeah, hey, you have a lot of explaining.
Hey!
Alternatively, I don't got to explain diddly squat.
Can you just give us some time to process everything?
Or how about we skip the melodrama and get right to the fun?
No, Caine. We have a lot on our minds right now, and we're not going on an adventure.
I see. And since when were you in charge? Do you have any idea how much I do for you guys? How much I obsess over trying to make things perfect? How many insults I have to ignore to do my job? You have a lot on your minds? Don't make me laugh.
Okay,
I have a
okay. Reddit mod / Discord mod meltdown was not on my bingo card. I was not expecting that for Caine. You guys consider the implications about... Yeah, what a fucking dick move. You guys consider the implications of that, I suppose, while I go get some water, because my mouth is dry as hell. Enjoy the very soft Kanye. I want to fucking cuss like that shitting nun from that fucking bitching movie Alex talked about once. I have no clue what you're talking about. Shit, God, my memory's going. I'm tripping, I'm caught up in the moment, right? Alright guys, sorry about that.
new adventure for you, and you should consider participating.
And if we refuse?
Maybe I'm not getting through to you. It's news to me that it's news to you. To which degree, who answers to who? We could go on and on, but in the end, who are we kidding? My divinity is past infinity, am I getting through? Seems our regime has plummeted south. Don't need to scream
if you ain't got a mouth.
Why bite the hand that feeds when it's the only hand?
So Caine becoming Am. Also, people are gonna want these.
You're getting. It's time you see that this great marquee is the only place you're ever gonna be. So strap on in and take it on the chin, and don't forget who's running the show. Now look at this! Absolute bliss! Oh, what a shock! Watch where you walk!
Absolutely. Yes.
Caine, that is my name. Not enthused, just feeling used. Oh, what a goddamn shame! Congratulations.
Was not expecting a fucking Disney villain song. That's fucking awesome.
Public relations
are getting a cleanse. Oh, I love that.
on your Sunday best because I know we're close to quitting.
But I know that exact feeling. That's the fucked up part. Is like when I work really hard on a stream project and like there's a no-show. Dude. Like, it's like, wait, I control the server.
Remains is how you prime your brains. Lying to me, but you're too blind to see that I'm the one who's
N64.
running the
So Jax is no longer the problem.
I think we all understand each other now.
You can go fuck yourself, would be my answer.
back. I can't believe you didn't pick up on the context clues. It was practically spelled out for you. What are you, stupid? Next one's gonna be even crazier. Hope you're ready. By the way, Kinger, I need you for something. Come with me.
Huh?
He loves Jax. He loves the design. Okay. I love Jax too in my own way. I just...
I don't know how many more of these new adventures I can handle. What? Got nothing positive to say about this one?
No, that was fucked up.
Oh,
I can't take this anymore. We gotta do something about this or I'm gonna lose my mind! I never should have antagonized him so much. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Break time! Gotta brainstorm some new ideas!
Why did Kinger get split like that?
He shredded me.
I think we should get out of the open for a bit.
God, that looks good.
I haven't been up here in a while.
We should just indulge a little while we have the time to. I don't know what Caine has planned next, but
This
I'm
is the most
guessing
bleak
it's
it's
not
been since the
anything good.
beginning.
He's gotta get bored of all this sometime, right?
He's not a human. I'm not sure if we can properly gauge how he thinks.
Oh God, are you okay?
I'm fine.
I know they can't physically feel it,
You know,
but
things
it's
were
gotta
just
be
fine here
uncomfortable.
until you and Zubul came along.
They
Nothing.
don't. Yeah, they don't have the energy to fight with you, man. Like, you're not the threat anymore.
What are you?
Oh.
Just give it a sec. Trust me. Kinger, you there?
I'm where? It's dark in here.
What exactly are we waiting for?
No, she's right.
What
Just
the fuck?
give it a bit.
Okay, this is new.
I've got a bucket on my head. I'm guessing you don't want me to remove it.
Kinger.
Hey, Pomni.
Wait, the bucket makes him sane?
Darkness. It's a long story.
What's happening?
What do you know about Caine?
It's a little hazy, but I remember C&A.
That was just an adventure, right?
No, C&A is a real company. I worked for them.
Wait, they really made this game?
No.
Fuck! Alright.
We didn't make games. We were just developing artificial intelligence. Specifically creative AI. The kind that could come up with its own ideas
Really,
and
Pansy?
create things within the program.
What is going on right now?
I feel like I should play I think I should play Welcome to the Internet by Bo Burnham for you for a second. Because that's like a super normal thing. Like, people always cling to characters they shouldn't and get thirst trapped by them. Like, it's been a thing forever. As long as people understand the art, I don't give a shit.
Caine was our first semi-successful
As long as they
attempt at
possessed
that.
literacy.
I can't remember what we originally called him, but he was one of my greatest achievements as a programmer.
You made Caine?
Partially, yes. I got a few pointers from, well, I can't remember his real name, but his circus name was Scratch.
The first
That
abstraction.
man was a genius.
Wait,
Caine was pretty rough around the edges, though. I wasn't quite on Scratch's level of thinking outside the box, but it was good groundwork for something the rest of the team could wrap
Because
their
he's
heads
been,
around.
I think it's because he's been.
I can't
Yeah, well,
say the
yeah.
same
You know what?
for
Actually, I'll
Scratch.
ask. Fancy, why are you so
His
mad?
ideas were often
Is
so
it because of Pomni?
bizarre and abstract that
It's
the
cool.
rest of the
All right,
team
yeah, I was
had
gonna say
no
that's
idea.
exactly what I was going to suggest, but I felt it was wrong for me to assume things because, you know, as we know, assuming makes an ass out of you and Ming. I'm a volatile 15-year-old child. Yes, he's a dynamo. He's an energy source.
Yeah, how to work in his
He can be
language,
honest.
either due to pure brilliance or the tumor in his head. He was trying to make something. What was it? I'm getting off track. Was there anything specific you needed to know?
Wait, I should go distract Caine so he doesn't listen in on this. Just fill me in afterwards.
Are you... I mean, yeah, that's true, but...
Fill me in later.
They can't handle
Be
it.
here later.
I will.
Hell yeah. Not the Ming joke. I don't spit dirt on my main man Ming.
Oh my god. This is real.
Uh-oh. Bro can't disassociate no
Caine's
more.
going a bit crazy right now. Is there any way to stop him? Or at least control him?
I see. He's a highly advanced AI, and
I don't want
this
him to
is his
distract.
world.
He's actually doing well for once.
One that he created from nothing. So naturally, he has control over everything.
You take a mortal man
But so do we.
and put him in control.
In a sense, anyway. We all
No.
technically-
Hold up. Please take it out on Jax. Don't take it out on Blue. Or anybody real. No. No. Bro can be a hater of a fictional character. Go for it. Like, I support it. I encourage it. Bro doesn't need to shit on Blue, though, because Blue is my friend and my artist, and he has a magical paintbrush he can use to make our wishes come true. So, let's be nice to Blue. Let's be nice to each other. But if you want to, like... you know, let's just put it this way. Like... He's not a real person. That being said, if he was, he would be uncomfortable with a lot of what you guys are doing to him, too. But it's a fictional character, so who gives a shit? Like, I'm not saying, like, I'm saying I don't give a shit, and I fully encourage him beating up on a fictional character. But, like, if he wants to buy a Jax plush, strap it to a punching bag, and just beat the shit out of it, go for it, my man. No, exactly, he's a very hateable character. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't hate him because I have encouraged, like, let's just say with the villains that I've encountered in fiction, I tend not to... Exactly. Yeah, no, for real. Like, unless, like, Jax kind of reminds me of people I know in real life. But, like, unless a villain or a character specifically reminds me of a real person who's actually hurt me, I tend to be chill, you know? Like, for example, I can find the judge from Blood Meridian entertaining because I've never been molested by an 8-foot-tall albino before, so. Yeah, but there's a difference between a character and a person. Like, and yeah, Jax is the kind of person that a lot of guys almost become. It's one of the, like, Jax is one of the final forms of masculinity. Like, I've been watching this show called Firefly, and the main character, Malcolm, in that is another, I guess what you would say, is one of the final forms of masculinity, so to speak, of just, hey, I can't grow as a person anymore because I'm scared, and I'm a little boy, and I've never been given the proper tools to handle my emotions and my mental by the society I live in, so I am just going to become a clown, or a mean space cowboy, in the case of Malcolm. Can Twitch stop buffering? That'd be nice. I don't know what the fuck's up with Twitch lately.
Have the ability to conjure, just like Caine. It just comes naturally to him, but requires a lot more skill and concentration for us.
Here, let me turn off my VPN real quick. I had to turn off my VPN and go feed the girls. I'll be right back. What Alex was saying, yes. Enjoy the Kanye. BRB. Speaking of real life villains. Turning off my beeping.
Man, I've been waiting all night now. That's how long I've been on ya. I need you right now. 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 You know how long I've been on ya. Since Prince was on Apollonia. Since OJ had isotoners. Don't act like I never told ya. You know how long I've been on ya. Since Prince was on Apollonia. Since OJ had isotoners. Don't act like I never told ya. 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 Never over. Never over. Never over.
We back. Let's go. Maybe by the end of the stream we'll get through this whole song.
Butterfly.
I'm certain I could alter his code. Or at least temporarily put him to sleep until we know.
Oh, it's almost over? Are you serious?
We just need access to a console.
The one behind Caine's office?
No, just a simple computer interface would work. I could get back into the right headspace and essentially conjure Caine's code into the console and alter it.
Well, where do we get one of those?
I think I know exactly where to get one.
Shortest 30
Take
minutes
turns
ever,
with
I
Jax
swear, for
distracting
real.
Caine. Don't let that bucket come off Kinger's head.
No, I was not expecting Caine to go full am. Yeah, don't let it lock in, girl. Don't let it set in. That's how you abstract.
Great suggestion, Jax. But as I feared, there just isn't anything stuck between my teeth. Oh, wait. Oh, that's where I parked.
Wow, Caine, you are so funny.
Could you say it with a little more gusto? That's better.
Hey, Caine!
Yep.
Do you want to hear a list of things we've decided we love about you as our God and Savior?
Whoa, now we're talking.
I ain't translating
Well,
that shit.
first of all, we love your...
I know, but I'm bored. Let's go bowling. I'm so proud of you guys.
This is very Matrix Revolutions. Put on the headset. I want to see what happens. Wait, you got don't. Okay, you got the tower. Okay, good.
I feel like it's missing something, right?
It's missing relatability.
You're right. Scrap it. Let's go back to the drawing board. Humans just aren't a relatable sculpting material.
You think he's running out of ideas yet, or nah?
Do you need help with power or anything?
Nah, I can use my imagination for that.
You got this?
I think so. Sure has been a while. I may need some time to get my bearings. Try to help the others distract Caine while I figure this out.
It's gonna cut back and he'll be
He may
standing in the
sense
doorway.
something when I really get into it.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you, by the way. For this and, well, everything.
Yeah, that's great.
Honestly, are you even trying?
Shut up, Jax.
Where'd Caine go?
Back to the drawing board, I guess.
Did you get everything working with Kinger?
I think so. We just need to make sure Caine doesn't check up on him.
What do you think we've been doing?
Omni! That's the relatability we've been missing! You know, I thought this endless onslaught of fun would be a little more satisfying. But I've come to realize that these rapid-pace ideas are a little half-baked.
I'm sure you can come up with new ideas if you put your mind to it.
That's exactly it, though. I am putting my mind to it.
I am.
I'm just not feeling that spark I once did. And if you're not having fun, and I'm not having fun, then who is having fun?
I'm having a baby.
Exactly.
You're having a
Makes
baby?
me wonder why you guys even switched up your tone. If I didn't know any better, it seems like you're trying to... Where's Kinger?
We just wanted to see your new ideas firsthand. We've gotten over our hang-ups, and now we're all just genuinely curious what you're cooking up.
I think I'm just gonna check up on...
We think your ideas suck!
Huh?
Huh? Isn't it obvious? We wanted to bait you into testing your new ideas on us so we can make fun of them behind your back.
Ha! That's not...
Go Jax! I mean Pomni.
True?
Yes, it is! You're a horrible host. You don't care about us at all. You care more about stroking your own ego than giving us anything we'd actually enjoy.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah, you're a failure. We're all gonna abstract someday. And what will you have then? Nothing.
Stop that.
And this whole stunt? Just torturing us because we hurt your feelings? Pathetic! You're like a child. What kind of all-powerful being has such a fragile ego?
Do you guys like Persona? Because I really like Persona. This is my favorite moment in every Persona game. And by every Persona game, I mean in the best Persona game. And by the best Persona game, I mean Persona 4.
Go.
You never let us feel
Or
like we're at
Final
home.
Fantasy VI when they're confronting
Comfort
Kefka.
anyone when they're upset, and you never bother to understand what it's like in our shoes.
You discourage us from thinking outside the box and doing things our own way.
You lie to us constantly.
And on top of it all, you just
Na 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 na. I am the shadow, the true self. You will appreciate my creations. Eat him. I want to take a bite of that gator. Oh, yeah! Clip clop, clip clop, clip clop, clip clop. Oh my god. Thing is, though, I gotta bring this up. This setting has that Matrix shit. Once you can see through it and accept that it's not real, and accept that you're living inside of a dream, you have so much power. Or at least you should have power. Unless it's like Twin Peaks, where you just end up basically losing all sense of self and end up falling through dream after dream until you eventually become a fish in a kettle. Anyway. Take that as my suggestion to watch Twin Peaks and The Matrix if you enjoy this shit. They turned me down, now I live my nightmare. Oh, that's awesome!
Why do you people torment me? I didn't have to be created. I just wanted to fulfill my purpose.
Wait, no.
Wait.
I love Opal. And now you will be silenced. Did you mean to do that, Kinger? Or did you do that in a panic?
I think I accidentally killed Caine.
Holy shit.
She realizes the sex update is real now. Guys, all my holes, they're open. Let me take these arms off. Pop, pop. No. I've been is it fucked up that I've been wanting to see Kane's face get, or sorry, not Caine, Jax's face get peeled off like that since the first episode? Not out of any sort of malice towards the character, but I literally, like, want to see what, like, I don't know, it's like when you're a kid and you know, pick apart your toys. That's kind of the idea. They can swear, they can fuck. What's the worst, TJ? But yeah, if you like Amazing Digital Circus, you will enjoy The Matrix and Twin Peaks and Serial Experiments Lane and Opal. Good episode. Can't wait to see the finale. There is only one more episode left. We've been on a hell of a journey, guys. I think we've watched this whole thing together. I believe we've watched every episode except for the first together. Well, yeah, you look at him and he like he resembles something that's real, you know? Righto. Let's get the playlist open. The fun's over. Now it's time to learn about the Devil May Cry Netflix show. I've only seen one episode, and as a fucking big Devil May Cry fan, I vibe-checked that shit at episode 1 and basically realized I wouldn't like it, so I moved on with my life. But now Foxcade, a YouTuber I actually enjoy the work of, made a 2-hour-long Netflix Devil May Cry
to take the
video.
thing that I love and blow it up. Blow it up. Turn it in. I've acquired these rights myself so that the jabronis in Hollywood can't f this one up too. But there's a sincere aspect to this also, which is like when you deeply care about something and then all of a sudden now you find yourself at the helm of it. It's cool. But I'm doing this to protect the artistry. We're working very hard because we love the franchise.
I just want to say that, like...
Lady is still Lady. These are the characters from the games. Yeah, we're meeting younger versions of them than we were.
How do you make a video 2 hours long that boils down to it's not good? You can pick apart every detail or even look into the behind the scenes and just look like what he's doing.
Bring it to the surface.
The word of the Lord has been proven beyond dispute. Hell is real, and the holy war is here.
Oh my god. To be fair, that's not a bad idea for a Devil May Cry story.
This world is about to become much larger.
A lot of this show
soul for a second
my memory of Devil May Cry and the world I existed in 2001 when I was playing the game.
She's a sapien. Of course she thinks all demons are the same.
What the fuck are those demon designs? Okay, we gotta talk about this with Devil May Cry. This isn't a demon. This is not what demons in Devil May Cry are. they're not Klingons or whatever the fuck this is trying to be. Demons are, in Devil May Cry, demons are power. They are literal violence given form. They are a metaphor for power and how it is used. That is the entire point of demons in Devil May Cry. Even the nicest good guy demon is a 10-foot tall bug. You know, Sparta is a giant hornet that walks around on his hind legs and is just chilling. So them looking this human is fucking bizarre. I think we might have found his bunny pink. What do you think about my 14 character, Blue?
It is
Hey, my boys!
ignorant of all the things that you liked in Devil May Cry that were not wacky woohoo pizza man.
I heal extremely fast, like a superhero.
Why the fuck is it Bosch?
Isn't abusing orphans to turn them into brainwashed soldiers.
Really? Is that not how you would describe yourself? Kill them all, starting with the young.
Wooly! Aw,
What can I
man.
say about Addy Shank
My guys are here, I love it.
Streaming pile of unfiltered piss onto our screen.
The biggest sin that the story commits is that it fucking ruins Lady.
I'm gonna make it so the rabbit needs a magician to pull him out of his own asshole.
God bless America.
Ugh. I'm cringing so hard, good lord.
Network of terrorist demons from hell.
What in the
I guess Sparta
goddamn?
woke up one day and realized, hey, this is evil as fuck.
Why is there a scene where the demons are assembling like the Avengers?
Wait, whoa, why the fuck did I always forget that they gave Agni and Rudra
Why is there a
heads?
scene where the demons are assembling like...
Like, it's cool that Echidna's here, I guess. Wait, what is Cavalier doing here? Why do Agni and Rudra have heads? This is all so wrong.
The Avengers? What is happening?
American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq.
Make it very clear, Devil May Cry is not about Iraq, Afghanistan, or 9/11.
To free its people.
So I don't know what the
and
fuck
to
they were
defend
doing
the
here.
world from grave danger.
The Sapiens and their armies, unaware of the storm they ride into.
So I do not want to watch season 2.
Yeah.
I'm not interested at all in anything they've set up.
I am that storm.
So
fuck
I
is
wanted
his
to
voice?
take the thing that I love and blow it the up. Blow
Well, you
it up.
took a thing that other people loved and blew it up, Addy. Pause. Okay, so I want to point this out. This is a pretty consistent theme when it comes to fiction as a whole. When a story has a big, overarching meaning to it, in the case of Devil May Cry is all about the use of violence. The entire story is about power, and how power should be used, and how it should be used for the greater good of all people, and how love is more powerful than violence. If the mind of violence does not answer to the heart, evil is born. And it will always lose. Like, you have somebody like Virgil, who is the most powerful being in existence, always loses to Dante because he has love. That's a huge... Oh, they did? Great. That's great, Pansy. But yeah, the entire point of Devil May Cry, if you actually play the fucking games, mind you, 1, 3, 4, and 5 specifically, is that love is more powerful than power. And that power should answer to love, power should answer to the heart. These are huge overarching themes that contain all of politics within them. A theme like that is stronger and more all-encompassing than something like the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan was bad. Like, that theme is stronger than that. And anyone who has a fucking brain and lived through that can then watch Devil May Cry and understand how the themes of something like Devil May Cry, in their own mind, can tie into a real-life event such as the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan by the US, or what we're currently going through politically in the real world. Stories, fables, fantasies are meant to inform our hearts, meant to help us understand the world around us. Not. But when you take a story that has those big overarching themes and you basically neuter it and drag it down to the level where literally the story is about Iraq and Afghanistan, then and you also fuck up and break the lore to do it, then you fail. You utterly fail as a storyteller, and you are actually reducing the meaning. When you take big overarching themes that contain the message you want to tell within them, and then instead just preach the message to the viewer, you fail as an artist. Anyways, that's my thoughts on the matter.
Playing my horse girl racing.
Like you could end up with something like Pluto, which is explicitly about the invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan, but it's an original work of art that doesn't drag anything else down. It's
game right now.
Cool.
Okay, Devil May Cry anime take 2. Now, the Devil May Cry franchise has had many different adaptations outside of the games.
It's
Manga,
had
novels,
very
pachinko
few good
machines,
ones.
Stage plays. Japan loves its stage plays.
Cool. Wait, why does she have the...
It's awesome. And many years ago, all the way back in the distant senior year of 2007,
I love the Black
Studio
Parade.
Madhouse took a swipe at turning Devil May Cry into an anime. And it was...
I hear bad.
fine.
I have not seen
I
it.
did a video on the subject ages ago, but the long and short is that it's a series of one-off adventures in Dante's life as a devil hunter, with a running through line of our hero looking after a young girl left in his care, up until the end of the 12 episodes where she's able to go back to her real family.
Dante Vash the
It was a
Stampede
real
Adventures doesn't sound like a bad idea.
90s, early 2000s kind of anime. No massive
Especially considering
twists
that's the
or
character that
mysteries
largely
to solve.
inspired him.
Not much in the way of lasting
Leon
character
Kennedy and Vash the
development,
Stampede
just
were the
a
main inspirations for
small-scale
Dante.
series of self-contained stories. At the time, fans were generally lukewarm on the adaptation.
It's alright.
And it was quickly relegated to
I
the
haven't
status
seen
of,
it.
hey, remember that DMC anime from way back? But there was always this lingering thought
Ooh,
that
Trish looks
continued to
rough.
hang over the DMC fan base. What if we could get a Devil May Cry anime that took full advantage of everything the franchise has to offer? And it was a valid query. Devil May Cry
That's how I
has
see
all
Pansy.
the pieces to making a good
Jackpot.
anime. Fun, compelling characters, over-the-top action, inventive weapons, a world and lore.
You guys
with
don't
a lot
understand.
of
I love
potential
this
to build
series so
on,
much.
and
Every
an
single
absolutely
scene he's
banging
showing
soundtrack, to
is
say the
like
least.
bringing
Everything
back
that
a
makes
flood
Devil
of
May Cry a
memories.
beloved series is
Yeah!
essentially to put Trigger Studios anime on the map.
Yep.
It felt like a match made in heaven, but it never quite worked out. We had our shot and got what we got. Then we fast forward a decade to 2017.
There I am.
And another video game series gets its own anime that fills all
Castlevania.
those previous wants.
Yeah.
Castlevania.
I am Vlad Dracula Tepesh. You will tell me why this thing has happened to my wife.
You know what's crazy about Castlevania? I actually looked into it after the show. From what I understand, all of the crazy thematic and anti-religious shit that was in Castlevania is in the games, just not in the games. It's in the manuals and shit.
First started airing on Netflix.
It's very lore accurate to
Everyone's
what actually
initial
goes down.
response was, "Oh, this is good." Then season 2 came out, and the response was elevated to, "Oh,
This is the best."
This is really good. The animation
That's good.
quality,
That's
the
really
character
good.
writing, the level of voice acting."
Hell yeah.
I am Vlad Dracula Tepesh, and I have had enough.
God,
You
I
hurt
love
me
Dracula.
enough.
It felt like this is what video game adaptations were lacking when getting the anime treatment. It didn't follow the canon perfectly, but it wasn't necessarily trying to. It was intended to be a fresh take that used the existing storylines and characters
show
from the
slaps.
games
It's really
as
good.
a structural guide. And in all the hype,
This will
and
always be
exposure
Castlevania to
was
me
getting,
over the
one
games.
name kept coming up in discussions.
Adi Shankar, the producer.
Adi Shankar.
I am nerd, icon, fashion icon, Adi Shankar.
Everyone was riding high on the work of this exciting new producer
Did he help with Dread?
showrunner who led Castlevania's production after it had lingered in development hell for nearly a decade until Shankar finally got it through at Netflix. This wasn't some old suit acting as an executive producer, dictating how a show should be done based on market trends. Shankar was a young, edgy artist type who made YouTube videos wearing leather jackets and eye makeup, talking about how much he loved X-Men,
Oh, he's making a Duke Nukem show.
Power
I actually might
Rangers.
actually watch
He was
that.
in interviews calling out Hollywood adaptations as cash grabs made by posers.
And you know, no disrespect to anyone that has made a video game adaptation before. Yeah, but they've been cash grabs by posers. So
he was saying what we all wanted to hear from someone in his
He
position.
also wanted to, he was
before
also
working
really
with
pushing to get
Netflix,
Berserk.
Shankar had built a name with fans when he left Hollywood behind to work on his so-called bootleg universe. Fan films that were darker takes on series like The Punisher, Power Rangers, Judge Dredd.
Oh yeah, his
James
Judge
Bond.
Dredd video is fucking
It
awesome.
felt like we were seeing some auteur
Oh, nice. How was
creator
it?
finally get into this space where they could make the things fans wanted to see get made. So when Shankar announced in 2018 that he'd acquired the rights for a Devil May Cry anime, so to quote him,
Yeah, that's about.
"The
Oh, you played
jabronis
Forever.
in
Forever
Hollywood
sucks.
Don't fuck this up too." Hopes within the DMC fan base were high. Imagine if he could do what they did for Castlevania for Devil May Cry. Wouldn't that be something?
So here's the problem. I'm one of the very few people who was like, we don't really need a Devil May Cry anime, and here's the reason why. Unlike Castlevania, Devil May Cry has a story that's actually told and is good. Castlevania it's a series of 8-bit games that wasn't really able to tell their story the way they wanted to until later, and when they were, the translation gave it issues. Devil May Cry has always had a good story to a point. 1's a bit weak, 2's nonsensical, but the one that I think everyone should start with, Devil May Cry 3, even to the point where I think you should probably skip 1 and 2 unless you're a Resident Evil, like a classic Resident Evil fan. 3 has always had a good story, 4 has always had a good story, and 5 has a great story. These are games worth playing for their stories. Just because they're not The Last of Us, a lot of people dismiss them, and that's because they're fucking stupid. The games are great, the games are awesome, they're fantastic, over-the-top anime stories. I would even describe them as mythological, so to speak. They remind me quite a lot of God of War's story, which got praised because it was made by Americans instead of the Japanese when it came out. I'm throwing a lot of shade at the gaming community, but I think it deserves it. Like, I think Devil May Cry's story is every bit as good as God of War's, even current God of War's story, if not better in some ways. But, so, like, for me, I went, well, what story would you tell? What is there to tell about Devil May Cry that hasn't already been told in the games? It's one of those series that I have, like, if you were to ask me, like, hey, Alex, what should the Devil May Cry anime be about? It's like, I would probably say fixing Devil May Cry 2, retelling Devil May Cry 2 so we don't have to care about it. That's it, really. You know? I don't know where it would slot in.
And so we all waited to hear more news about it. And waited. And waited. New seasons of Castlevania continued.
Oh, by the way, the thing I said about Devil May Cry not getting as much love as God of War because it was Japanese, that's real. There was a genuine, like, anti-Japan sentiment within the gaming media for the longest time. It's not really there anymore, but from within the industry, according to people who were actually there was this anti-Japan sentiment.
Be released, but no news of the Devil May Cry series. Was this another announcement for a project that then languished?
You know, for a second we shouldn't have trusted him because that's the DMC Devil May Cry amulet. Like, that's from that dog shit remake that they tried to make to appeal to the Americans. Because, like, literally, games were remade to be more American and appeal to white people because of how much the industry hated the Japanese during the 360 and PS3 generation. Like, that's why DMC Devil May Cry exists, because white people hate Devil May Cry, apparently. Which is not fucking true, because I am one of them, they're white peoples, and I like Devil May Cry. But that amulet is from DMC Devil May Cry, which most real Devil May Cry fans consider to be a fucking abortion. So, that should have tipped us off from second one.
Development hell? After 5 years of nothing to show, it was starting to feel like this was the case.
Also, Nocturne's weak. Nocturne is so fucking weak. I want that helmet. Nocturne is weak as shit. I'm really bummed out about Castlevania Nocturne. It completely forgot what made the first series so good.
There would occasionally be news of incoming news, but it never materialized in anything.
What
but then,
news?
In late 2023, we finally got a teaser trailer. It wasn't much.
And that was a YouTube video I made. I remember that.
Dante interspliced with a bunch of studio credits.
I don't know if it's shit.
But
I
it
just...
was enough to
Oh boy,
confirm
it's
that
weak.
The series wasn't forgotten.
Did you finish it?
There
I've
was
only watched the
news.
first, like, 5
And
episodes. I was super
slowly,
disappointed.
more news
I want
and
that frog
trailers
shirt.
started to trickle in, which led to a roller coaster of announcements leading up to the show's release.
This part was cool.
This is where my critic senses started tingling.
Mine too.
Because for every intriguing bit of news, it was followed by something that raised concerns, making it harder and harder to predict how it might turn out. For example, I remember friends sending me the opening for the show during the lead up to its release, and being blindsided upon hearing the dulcet tone of Limp Bizkit's
rolling,
singing
what?
his seminal
Keep
work,
rolling. Hands up now, hands down, back up, back up. What you gonna do now?
Initially,
No
I
hate.
thought it was a joke since interviews were saying DMC would be set in the early 2000s, and oh, no, that's the official Netflix account. That's just what the opening track is. Little did we know that the person who created that DMC4 rolling AMV 16 years ago was actually a visionary ahead of their time. As someone who grew up,
I was a
playing
big fan
Devil May
of the
Cry
Welcome
3 while
Home
listening to
Coheed
new
and
metal
Cambria Devil May
singles
Cry
they got from
3
2040p
AMV myself.
AMVs they found on LimeWire.
God, I wish that more of you guys were alive back then. But you said it was cool, so I forgot about it. Okay, so here's the thing. I was not when you so here's in defense of the Limp Bizkit opening. That is Devil May Cry's genre. Punk rock, like that crazy alternative punk rock vibe, specifically 90s alternative, not quite punk rock, is Devil May Cry's vibe. It has always been what its vibe is. So in terms of a licensed song, they could have done much worse than Rollin' by Limp Bizkit. I heard it and I went, aha, hey, that kind of fits, you know? That's very Devil May Cry. What I did not understand was that it was actually in reference to Rollin' by Limp Bizkit's music video, which was on top of the World Trade Center. Like, if you go look up the music video, it takes place on the Twin Towers. And that was tying into the political themes of Devil May Cry. And gotten so much merch for cheap. That's fair. But you said it was cool, so I forgot about it. And I still think it is cool, but I didn't know that's what they were going for.
Piece of music was appealing to me specifically.
Yes.
But it just furthered my ability to get a proper read on what the hell this show was going for, which wasn't helped by tweets coming from Adi Shankar himself that started...
Reminder that the opening to one of the genuinely best fantasy shows to ever come out is Oh, the Dario. Everybody wants to do the Mario. You know, that fucking Imagine Dragons dog shit is the opening to Arcane. Every episode of Invincible ends with a fucking trash song. Like, licensed music in Western animation is not... Like, licensed music being bad in Western animation is no shocker to me. Like... Imagine dragging these nuts over your face. Exactly. Like, the opening... Pretty much, yeah. No, I mean, it's a good Dante design. I don't know why. I still don't know why he's using Berettas. It seems like a downgrade. Get good. Yeah, like, bad music being in Western shows is no shocker to Alex. I find it completely expected that some producer is going to stick some dog shit music into its show. AKA, also, Twin Peaks would be an example. Every episode of the final season of Twin Peaks ends with a live musical performance that is usually fucking terrible. Adi forgot.
Raising eyebrows.
I'm on Team Mundus. Mundus was just a misunderstood visionary.
Mundus is literally Satan. Mundus is just the devil. Like, he's a very basic character. He's just the king of the underworld. He's the prince of power. Virgil faces off against him and loses. That's kind of where that's the most important thing Mundus ever did in Devil May Cry, aside from killing Sparta and Eve, was killing Virgil.
He only wanted to reunite humanity with their true overlord.
What in the goddamn is he talking about? Their true overlords? What the fuck? I'm on Team Hitler. Hitler was just a misunderstood visionary. He only wanted to reunite humanity with their true overlords.
Mundus was the real victim here, just trying to save us from ourselves with a little cosmic tough love.
Hitler was the real villain here, just trying to save ourselves with a little military tough love.
Honestly, the guy just wanted to streamline management.
Holy shit, I forgot about these tweets.
Hashtag Mundus was right. Hashtag Mundus did nothing wrong.
How do we always
Mundus
get to Nazis
is the
every
greatest
stream?
hero in gaming history, hands down.
Because they're the greatest evil to ever exist on planet Earth, as far as we've seen. So being able to reference them as a source of great evil is a good thing to do. And also, I'm just an edgy fuck. What the fuck is he talking about? Bro, so I think my favorite read on the Devil May Cry show has been bro made a fan fiction and made it canon.
To try unifying two worlds under one glorious empire, visionary leadership, impeccable style, and an eye for infrastructure.
He's probably
He gave
making
us the
fun of like
structure
Nazi,
we never knew we needed.
Nazi
Hashtag
ideology.
Devil May Cry. Hashtag hero we deserve.
Virgil is the coolest villain in the history of gaming.
Correction.
I love Wooly.
Anti-hero. Hashtag Virgil was right.
Pause. Virgil's whole motivation. Well, I mean, you guys just watched Digital Circus. It's very similar to Caine. I am going to become the strongest thing ever so that I can never be hurt again. At any cost. That's Virgil. I'm going to become the strongest being that ever lived. So I don't ever get hurt again. And I don't care how many men, women, and children I have to sacrifice to get there. That's Virgil. That's not an anti-hero, that's a villain.
By definition, anti-heroes are supposed to be the main characters of the stories they're in. On top
Also, ew. I would disregard you and me. I would disregard any Devil May Cry opinion you had if you had that as your PFP, but whatevs.
of this, Virgil, especially in 3, does not do
Who's
anything
Caine?
remotely heroic. His pursuits
Oh,
of power is a
damn.
selfish goal that he himself
Says
says
he'll
he'll
kill anyone for.
Disagree all you want, but Virgil saw what no one else did.
What the fuck is
Power
Adi Shankar
the
doing?
ultimate
Shut the
heroism,
oh my god, I don't want to hear this
Virgil
dude's tweets. I can't.
Real
I'm going to end up
high
eating my
any
skin.
The part of Virgil.
The bad marketing strategy? Who could tell?
Bro needs to shut the
It's
fuck up.
probably nothing. Definitely isn't foreshadowing things to come.
Look at the shadowing on that 4.
Hey, where's that lead I buried?
That's your avatar?
But now that the series has dropped and we're
I hate this
on the
outfit
other
for.
side,
I hate this fucking outfit for Lady. What the fuck is this outfit? That sucks so bad. Is that supposed to be Enzo? Whew! Enzo looking rough. Enzo looking rough.
to the obvious question. How was it?
Bad.
Well, unlike anything I've ever covered before, I was faced with a particular issue. From day one of Devil May Cry going live on Netflix, I had two groups rallying on each side of me preparing for war. On the one side were the people who watched the new show and liked it, or at the very least found it inoffensive. On the other, there were the people ready to put Adi Shankar's head on a spike for what they did to their favorite characters.
Yes.
No matter where I went for the month following, I had someone in my ear screaming their impassioned feelings on this new DMC anime.
Stop being wrong.
And how the other group was a bunch of rage-baiting troglodytes because clearly there aren't enough things for us to be fighting over already. And shocking no one, the divide was largely based on how invested you already were with Devil May Cry as a series. If you only had a
Time out. I want to make this very, very, very clear. Yeah, exactly. The biggest haters are the ones who were fans of it before it got messed up. If that is your opposition, if that's your opposition, if your opposition on any topic in fandom is people who are already fans of the thing, who loved the thing for years and were there for it every step of the way, shut the fuck up. You don't get to have an opinion. You shut your fucking mouth. Because when you win, we all lose. That's the truth of the matter. Halo, for instance. There was Halo 4. There was a big divide, right? There were the new people coming on, and there were the old people who enjoyed Bungie Halo. The people who enjoyed Bungie Halo left. The people that loved the direction of new Halo stayed on and won. This, where we are now, is all because of you. That is the truth of the matter. If the people who love Devil May Cry and were there for it from the beginning, or at least did their due diligence like Pansy or I, and went back and played the games after they came out and learned to love the series from the beginning. And also, Blue, I want to make it very clear, it's fine that you love the rabbit. He was around before the show, so you're good. You're Gucci. But if you're a new person, if you're a new fucking secondary hopping onto the new thing, and you love the new thing, even though it's bad, you can love it. Just shut your fucking mouth. Don't get into these arguments with people online. Keep your fucking mouth shut. Hey, I love Arcane more than League. Do you see me arguing with people on Twitter over Arcane? No! Just keep your fucking mouth shut. That's all that matters. And besides, I'm more of an original League fan than most people are, because League's just a fucking Warcraft 3 ripoff, so... When a diehard fan of something tells me this sucks, I will trust him. Thank you. Yes, just... Hey, if you're a new person just getting on, just watching the Netflix show and you like it for what it is, that's fine. You're able to like it. Just do not argue with people who were there before you. Do not argue with your betters. Shut the fuck up and enjoy your show. Enjoy it and support it. Support it and enjoy it for as long as it exists. But you are not like us. You are separate from us. You are different from us. No. Like, I'm not, like, when I show up to TF2 going, I wish this was more like Overwatch, the response is, I'm not going to genuinely argue that the soldier should have a jetpack. Like,
Passing familiarity with the franchise, you probably enjoyed it for what it was.
Trash.
If you were deeper in on the DMC fandom, you were more like...
Rightfully so. See, like when people are like, I was, like, okay, listen, I've been in this position. I used to argue politics with people on the internet. I know. I used to be one of those fence sitters who always tried to hear out both sides. And nowadays, I am so much happier with my political opinion on the internet. And you know what the one thing that changed was? And it's very simple. I just had to stop being wrong. So if you're in a position where people are on you from all sides, the first thing you should try is being correct. The first thing you should try is being correct and stop being wrong. Is to open your fucking eyes and get out of your own head and ally yourself with good. Once you ally yourself with good, everything else will fall into place. To be fair, I remember when I was bitching about rocket jumping, and then we got into a match where I rocket jumped on Harvest and like blasted somebody, and I'm like, that felt really good actually. Just be right. Just stop being wrong, and you'll do better. You people won't argue with you as much. Just stop being on the wrong side.
So as the Capcom certified #1 Devil May Cry fan on YouTube,
no.
What did I think?
Hey, you like DMC Devil May Cry. That automatically disqualifies you, man. I'm sorry.
Where do I fall in this warring fandom paradigm? Well, after finally finishing...
Any person who says they like DMC Devil May Cry should be sent the scene where Virgil gives a woman a fucking sniper rifle abortion.
The 8-episode season and sitting on it for...
And yes, I have played the actual game. It's trash.
A minute. I can say definitively that I didn't hate it.
What's your thumbnail say? What does your thumbnail say? Why did you... Hold up. Wait, what, did you lie? Did you fucking lie to people? A disastrous adaptation. Why did you make that your thumbnail if you liked it? I also like Beastars.
At least not with the veracity that those around me did. But I was also far from enjoying it. More than anything...
I also, here's another thing. Why do we fucking accept meh? Like, take it from Alex. There are more masterpieces out there than there are cells in your body. I have seen, played, read, and heard more masterpieces than you guys have collectively played in your lives. Why do we accept meh Why do we accept slop when out there is masterpieces? Don't fight for meh. If it's meh, then fine. If it's meh and you enjoy it, then fine. But don't fight for slop. Only fight for masterpieces. Don't accept what could be, accept what is. Don't be like, this anime has so much potential. Hey, I don't care. Is it good right now? No. Then shut the fuck up. Rocket jumping is cool. It's just hard to learn. I feel you. Yeah, I'm just like, I like a lot of meh. Don't get me wrong. I love me some meh every now and again. But I'm not going to go to bat for friends. I'm not coming out here swinging for new Simpsons. Like, if your art isn't a fucking masterpiece, then I'm sorry, shut up. Like, it doesn't deserve to be talked about or shared if it's not good. Quality is all that matters at the end of the day, and there is so much out there that is amazing compared to what is eh. So why would you fucking ever waste a fucking word on Devil May Cry Netflix? And unless you're, shredding it and putting it down and trying to scare people away from it so that then they go to better shows. Why don't you instead recommend, I don't know, Devilman or something good? Maybe Castlevania. If and when, but never is. Yeah, fuck potential. Fuck potential, man. Fuck potential shows. It had so much potential. Yeah, well, it was weak. It was trash. 343 Halo had so much potential. Yeah, well, so did Bungie Halo, and it was good when it came out. So, I don't know. Destiny has so much potential. Marathon has so much potential. Yeah, God. Recommend Peak. Recommend Peak. Why? I would never recommend the Devil May Cry anime. What I am going to recommend instead is Berserk, or Devilman, or Pluto. If you want that fucking, Afghanistan metaphor, then if you want those politics, then Pluto is a much better anime.
Why don't even watched.
Don't waste your time with
some
man.
Fantastic animation and direction on display. There are also a plethora of bizarre choices made that I feel I'm still trying to digest weeks later, like a gas station breakfast burrito.
They hit the Pentagon!
They hit the Pentagon!
Turn on TV, it doesn't matter what
Who the fuck is this goober?
But we'll get to that later. Let's start with the basics and work our way up to figure out how we got here.
Oh boy,
how did we get to such a divisive work out of Devil May Cry of all things?
Because they didn't use Devil May Cry as a basis.
Transition from video game to streaming service.
Because they didn't base it off of a video game for real.
The highs of Castlevania to the fall of a modern vision.
Because Castlevania actually paid attention to the setting.
So right off the bat, first question. How does this exist within the canon of Devil May Cry? The series has a pretty expansive timeline.
So this is actually a question. How does this exist within the canon of Devil May Cry? And my answer is it doesn't. And if it doesn't, why should I care? When you can make something that does exist within Devil May Cry, and instead of taking attention, instead of showing this to new people and creating an example, creating a vacuum where they can't go and enjoy Devil May Cry, why don't you create something that actually exists within the setting of Devil May Cry? I already forgot Devil May Cry.
Stretching
yes.
From Dante's brash early years as a devil hunter, all the way to when he starts acting as an older mentor for the next generation.
Yes.
So there are plenty of options when it comes to writing a new story.
Kinda.
Madhouse chose to slot its anime.
I think Madhouse's idea seems to work.
Not adapting any of the
from what I can't set up the quality, but the idea seems to function.
Inconsequential odd jobs and strange encounters.
Yeah, the early episodes of Trigun, but with Dante.
Case, it doesn't. It doesn't exist in this canon. Well, that's not entirely true.
Nefarious entity could feel down. That's a fancy joke. I like that. Hey, fancy. Blue's biting your whole shtick.
It's meant to be an origin story, but don't let that fool you.
Why is he
This
a
is very
Beretta?
much meant to be its own take on the franchise.
Oh my god, what is that? Hold up, what the fuck is that? Ugh!
It's meant to be its own.
Is that an Autobot from Transformers Prime, or is that Devil May Cry? What the fuck am I looking at? Is that the Devil Trigger? That looks like shit!
Take on the franchise, its own timeline.
Why is Robin here?
And if you were to try and...
Oh my god, is that supposed to be Sparta? No, it's Cavalier. Ew! Looks like it's from Berserk 2016.
Timeline, you'd only start getting a headache.
Yes.
That's because this series takes a real
There's a kid now.
shotgun blast approach to adaptation. Rather than taking a
Just say it doesn't. Just say it doesn't adapt. It doesn't adapt. That's all you have to say.
specific story beat
Don't
in the
pull that Devil
franchise to
Trigger.
focus
Yeah.
on, or creating something wholly original within it, we get something that tries to take a scoop from every piece of story and throw it in the stew. While I can appreciate...
How did you fuck up Agni and Rudra's design so bad? Oh, cool, Alistair.
From every piece of
That's
story
Sparta, alright.
and throw it...
How did you fuck up Agni and Rudra's design so bad? Okay, Agni and Rudra, the whole point of them is that they don't have heads, and their heads are on their swords. There you go. That's their whole design. How did you fuck it up so bad?
In the stew. While I can appreciate the earnest gumption in trying to include everything, and I mean everything...
Hey, if you want to include everything, adapt Devil May Cry from the beginning. Start with Devil May Cry 1 and do it all legit, and fill in the blanks.
Even some deep-cut characters from the manga and novels...
Or just adapt the manga and the novels.
Stupid, die-hard losers that actually read those would recognize... It makes the series
cry
feel
on my
like
devil
it
till I
lacks
may.
focus because it's trying to
Hi,
cram so
Enzo.
much in haphazardly. If I wanted to be especially nitpicky, many of the inclusions from later games don't make sense.
Yeah, how
in
the fuck
terms
is
of
Cavalier
their
here?
in-game lore because everything is so wildly out of order.
Is it Halloween already? That costume looks a little big. I thought you had better taste than that.
Son of Sparta.
Son of the really ugly guy with the weird thing for bats?
And that right there is why
Weird
it'll
thing for
always
bats,
be a
he's
challenge
bug-based.
to fairly analyze an adaptation like this as a dyed-in-the-wool fan of a series. Like Adam in
Because
the
it's
Garden
not an
of Eden,
adaptation.
I am burdened with knowledge. I've been actively consuming Devil May Cry.
Yeah, no, I hate the pussyfooting style. If something is bad for art, something is bad for art. I'm sorry. Like, I genuinely believe there is good art that contributes to us, and there is bad art that doesn't. An artistic critique should be about figuring out which is which. There's the stuff that we need to preserve and pass on to the next generation, and there's stuff that we need to forget about. And people who try to go, it's right in the middle, fucking infuriate me. Like, no, explain to me why, to you, this is so good that it deserves to be passed on. Or explain to me, to you, why this is so bad that it needs to be forgotten. If you exist in the middle, shut the fuck up, nobody cares. There's no purpose to what you're doing, because one day we are all going to be fucking dead, and all that's going to matter is what we leave to the next generation. And just like, that's my thing. It's like, if it's worth preserving, preserve it. If it's not, throw it away. That is what life is about. That is what it means to consume art. If something has value, if you're like, oh, this one scene has value, upload it on YouTube. Upload it on YouTube, get its attention out there. Hey, this scene's really great. This is a really awesome scene from this thing, but you don't want to watch it. Just watch this scene and appreciate it. Oh, this character design's really cool. Then draw fan art of it. Draw fan art of it, draw art of it, get it out there, let people see it. You know, don't waste your time with meh. Do not try to preserve meh. Do not try to defend meh. Defend what is good and reject what is bad. That is all that matters going forward. Like, I even apply this to Devil May Cry 1. I never recommend people play Devil May Cry 1 or 2. Because 2 is bad, and 1 is meh. So why should I recommend it? Instead, I'm going to tell you to play what's good. I'll tell you to play Devil May Cry 3. I'll tell you to play Devil May Cry 4 and 5. That is all you need to play. 1's out there, but 1's story can be replaced by watching a 30-minute video on YouTube. Like, there's no reason to play Devil May Cry 1. And if that sounds mean to you, like, it doesn't matter. Like, think about, like, but I am right. That's the sad thing at the end of the day. It's like, if that sounds a bit extreme, it's because it's based off of truth, and truth is extreme. Like, in the future, none of us are going to be left. All that we have is what we leave behind. What are you choosing to leave behind? What are you choosing to recommend to people? And what influence are you trying to spread? And that's what frustrates me about big YouTubers like this who try to be fucking fence sitters. Yeah, no, I mean, like, if there's something, like, a lot of times reason why people fight for meh is there are good things within that meh, to which I respond, rip out the good shit, throw the rest away. I love Afro Samurai. Do I recommend that people watch Afro Samurai's meh? I enjoy it. Do I recommend people watch it? No. Because just because I like it doesn't make it mean it's good. If you were to ask me if there was a deeper meaning to it, I couldn't tell you. So instead of recommending Afro Samurai, I'll recommend something like Fury, which does everything Afro Samurai does, but better. I love Elfen Lied. Does that mean I'm going to recommend Elfen Lied to people? No, because it's bad. Elfen Lied is a bad show. I enjoy it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to fucking recommend it. What am I going to recommend instead? Season 1 of Stranger Things does everything that Elfen Lied does good, but better. I'm also a big fan of replacement art. The art idea that one work of art can replace another, because ultimately art exists to serve the people. You know? Sorry. Unhinged Alex rant aside, this kind of shit boils my blood, and it's why I don't really watch this guy that much. I only put this video on the list because it was the first Devil May Cry video that I've seen about the new show, aside from what Castle Super Beast is saying. If a person finds personal enjoyment in watching meh, I have nothing against that. What I have is you then influencing the world with it. Like, if Foxcade wants to enjoy Devil May Cry Netflix on his own, go for it. But then projecting it to the rest of the world and giving people who don't know better the impression that it might be worth watching, that's a problem.
Since I got a PS2 in 2001. It's impossible for me not to see through all the changes and details that are simply wrong. Or when something is there solely to pander to me and for no other reason. For example, why are Agni and Rudra here? And more importantly,
why do they have heads?
Why do they have their heads attached to their body and their
right.
swords?
So head.
This is the first thing I noticed in the preview material that had me confused. Like, if you're gonna have them drop their guard duty at the Tenemigru to be here because they're recognizable demon
oh god, you're right. Yeah, they should be on the
about,
Tenemigru.
Fine. But why this? Why these CGI monstrosities?
They look awful.
I'm sure the logic in production was that they wanted character designs that were more viewer-friendly and easier to have.
Hold the sword up so it can talk.
But their designs are memorable because they're headless.
One of the best boss fights in Devil May Cry 3, by the way.
See and communicate.
Yeah.
That's their whole thing. That's their defining design quality. They don't have any other distinguishing features. If you didn't want that...
Yeah, demons literally become weapons on death because they represent power.
This isn't even me being an annoying fan who wants it exactly as I remember it. I'm annoyed because the alternative we got is to make them more generically bland. There are so many missed opportunities for fun interactions with two characters whose heads are also their weapons. Like, imagine a scene where Agni passed his sword to Rudra to combine their power, and then Agni tries to grab Dante, essentially blind, only to fall off the building they're on or get hit by an oncoming bus. That's just the first idea off the top of my head.
No, this is much better.
What did we get instead? A big red CGI blob and a big blue CGI blob. Cool.
I've been thinking a lot. I've been trying to like summarize my overall beliefs on art and media in a much better way. Because I had an argument with a guy at a game store that just left both of us confused. And I ultimately have this opinion. And I think the way I could summarize the core of all of my beliefs is you have power. You have an effect on the world around you. Think about what your purchase means. Think about what your fandom means. Think about what you're doing to the world around you. And if you can't do that, you don't deserve to be a fan of anything. You need to think about what you do, how what you do affects the world around you, because if you don't, things will only get worse. And I'm specifically a big fan of this in terms of art because I love art. I love culture. This is a big thing I'm a fan of. And that's why I'm not telling you who to vote for or anything like that. But what I am saying is you need to care. You need to care, or else everything around you will turn to shit. If you don't fight for the art you love, you do not deserve the art you love. Anyways, that's kind of the thought.
As
That's
I've
terrible.
said time and time again in these adaptation videos that I'm perpetually stuck doing, as if it's some divine punishment put on by a Greek god I slighted, I'm willing to...
No one's telling you to make these adaptation videos, by the way. You chose to do that. It's your choice. But whatever.
To allow a good amount of leeway when it comes to making changes from the source material. This is its own interpretation.
Why?
There needs to be some wiggle room to explore the world being adapted, or else why are we even doing this? Change is natural when adapting a piece of media, especially when it's changing entire mediums.
No, not necessarily. You don't need to be true to the gameplay of Devil May Cry. You don't need to limit Dante's jump height. But what you can do is actually look at the scenes and the characters and who they are and what they're doing and be 100% accurate to it. Books have been doing it for years. We've had Warhammer novels that have been true to the novels, true to the manuals of what they've been adapting. We've had Star Wars novels true to the movies that they're adapting for decades now. There's no reason why you have to change this shit in an adaptation. Anime and manga do it a lot, yeah. I'm coughing like a smoker of 20 years. Sorry, TJ. Yeah, like, you can adapt things without having to change shit intensely or do it wrong. Any argument that does not tie to art and instead ties to business can fuck right off, by the way, in that conversation. Oh, we need to do it to direct. No, fuck you. Die. You don't make... Businessmen do not make money for art. Artists make money. Artists are the money makers. Businessmen need to shut the fuck up and make sure that this gets in front of people's eyes so they can appreciate it. Their job is to make sure that artists' works get to the fans. Businessmen do not get to have a say in art, as far as I'm fucking concerned.
As long as said changes make sense within this new context.
It doesn't matter about the new context. You're adapting Devil May Cry. If you want to make a new show, make a new show.
Which means critically analyzing it from that perspective.
No, you don't have to. You could be honest and say that... Because, like, that's the thing. Oh, we have to examine this as its own thing. Is it a work of art built all by itself? Is it coming out here like Pluto swinging with its own fists? No. It's using brand loyalty from a different brand that already exists. It should be judged based off the brand that already exists. Don't put it in a fucking vacuum, because it doesn't deserve it. Don't do that. That's disloyal and bad for everybody. Dracula flow. I'm coughing like a smoker of 20 years.
For example, why is Cavalier Angelo here? That doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the President of America needed? Why did they make him sound like a bad John Waters impersonation?
All the last guy had to worry about was Saddam Hussein. I already got bioorganic weapons.
Hey, I'm just saying, if you're working on an adaptation of Devil May Cry and the words Saddam Hussein come up in your script, you should probably turn the fuck around.
I gotta deal with. And now you're telling me there's demons crawling up out of hell?
He's a parody of W.
One of the weirdest choices, why set the show in New York?
Maybe he wasn't lying.
If we can corroborate this.
Yeah, the world of Devil May Cry, like the human world, never really gets that much attention. Oh, dude, no. Armstrong is fun because Armstrong is what right-wingers think their political choices sound like. But that was how George Bush sounded. That's how he fucking sounded. That was the point of that.
It means the White Rabbit was operating here in New York.
The series has always existed in its own gothic, European-inspired world,
yes,
separate from our own.
Limbo City, Melee Island.
In one of the most famous cities on the planet, doesn't add anything of value to Devil May Cry.
I don't want to go to New York because there's
ads. Other than the idea
ads.
that Dante could have been getting his slices from Joe's Pizza? Well, that's also not entirely true. There is a reason for this adaptation to be set in New York.
Yes.
But we'll get to that in due time.
It's because of Demon
what
9/11.
I'm getting at here is that none of these little
This isn't Shin Megami
detract from the
Tensei. This
series
is
in
Devil
any
May Cry. It's a very
meaningful
different franchise,
but
even though
they
there's
are
some
a
crossover.
manifestation of this scattershot approach to adaptation, where many choices
It's not an
feel
adaptation. That's the
aimless
problem.
and not like they're building on anything from the source material. Instead, acting as a grab bag of details and cameos for the sake of being included in a comic book reader article. It might just be the general MCU exhaustion speaking, but Easter eggs for the sake of themselves just don't do it for me anymore, as it more often pulls me out of the show more than adds to the experience, especially when they're being crammed in rapid succession.
This has got to be the second worst job you ever gave me.
Oh, you mean after the Raccoon City job?
Third worst.
Get it? Get it? It's Capcom. Get it? It's Capcom. Get it? However, the metatextual value
Yeah.
of Easter eggs is veering into a whole other topic, so let's instead refocus and move on to what I'd say is the biggest challenge in adapting DMC: the main character.
We gotta pause this for a second, because I want to actually talk about what I think is the biggest difficulty with adapting Devil May Cry, and it's the same difficulty people have with adapting Superman or Trigun or any show of the type, and it's very, very simple, and it's this. These are optimistic shows. Basing it off my memory of Devil May Cry. Yeah, for real. It's that Devil May Cry, Trigun, Superman, and the other show I named are all optimistic. These are all feel-good settings. The entire point of Superman is that this man is super and he's great, and he's here to protect us, and good Superman stories should be wholesome. The whole point of Trigun is that this man is super, and he's also a goofball, but he's here to protect us, and it should overall have an optimistic vibe. Devil May Cry is about literal humans, the idea that demons, the literal source of evil and power within the world, is demonic power is nothing in the face of human love and hope. And that Dante represents that idea. Dante, Nero, the other protagonists of Devil May Cry, all represent the idea that this power should be used for good, and that we can make it. We can do it, even against an otherworldly threat. The reason why these are all difficult things to be adapted is that people are cynical dickbags. Is that people are fucking nihilistic, cynical assholes. At least people who adapt these things. And they think they need to fucking change it. They think they need to go like, oh, well, the demons can't just be bad guys. They can't just be a literal manifestation of power. They gotta be a metaphor for Iraq and Iran and Afghanistan, so the story makes sense to me personally, because I don't understand what this is about. Superman can't just be a good guy. He has to be an evil he has to be an edgy Dragon Ball Z character who's confused and scared. Like, sometimes, like, yeah, the whole point of demons is not that they're bad, it's that they're power. They're almost innocent in what they do. Like, a demon in Devil May Cry is like an orc from 40k. It's all about killing and violence and power. Hell is an eternal power struggle that exists beneath Mundus. Sparta became one of the most powerful demons by understanding that he needed to break free of that power struggle and open his heart to love. And went out and got with a human girl, you know? And, like, that's the whole of Devil May Cry, is that people who believe in love and fight for what's right will always triumph over evil, because evil, quite simply, is weak in the face of that. Virgil is one of the most powerful characters canonically. Virgil also loses almost every fight he's in because love is more powerful. That's kind of the idea of Devil May Cry. And so if you're going to make a story about that, if you're going to make a fable like Devil May Cry, it should be about that. Your stories should be a bunch of short stories about powerful people trying to take advantage of, quote-unquote, the weak, but ending up losing out to them because love is more powerful than hate. It should be a bunch of short... I think the original Devil May Cry anime had, like, a decent idea of having little short stories, little adventures, little Vash the Stampede adventures with Dante. I think that was the right call, because Dante's story is the games. Like, there really isn't much to examine outside of the games for Dante. Dante has his character arc in Devil May Cry 3. It begins and ends, and he's mostly static from there on out. Whereas Nero has his arc over 3. Like, 1 and 3 and 1 are Dante's arc, and then 4 and 5 are Nero's. So, like, making these the main protagonist outside of the games doesn't make any sense, because their arc is finished. Sometimes bad people are bad people. Yeah, that too. No, the way that you adapt Dante, like I said, is like Vash. You adopt him like Vash. You have him be a goofy character that nobody takes seriously, who's just kind of there for himself, very self-centered, very selfish. He's not quite at the level of Vash, but you just adapt him as like a bystander to another character's story, and then you have him join in when things get tough, when you need a heavy hitter.
Now, when it comes to video game characters and adaptations, the Son of Sparta presents an interesting conundrum.
He also is like damn near indestructible and can't die, similar to Vash or Superman, so you adapt him using those same rules.
Due to Devil May Cry's
Yay,
tumultuous
cool.
development history over the years, Dante's had many different writers handling him, and as such, a variety of interpretation.
Time. No need to bring up the interpretations that are bad. This guy frustrates me because he doesn't love Devil May Cry as much as he should. He needs to love it enough to keep it pure. You don't acknowledge DMC Devil May Cry. You don't acknowledge Devil May Cry 2. You only acknowledge what's good. And then you pass that along to people so that they can have a good experience. It frustrates me that he even bothers to acknowledge this dog shit.
We've had cool gothic action Dante.
Which is, we've had real Dante and fake Dante. We've had Dante from Devil May Cry 1, 3, and 4. 1, 3, 4, and 5. And then we've had the one from DMC and 2 that are wrong.
We've had aloof, brooding Dante.
Yeah, that game sucks,
Wacky
so why should you
Pizza,
care?
I Kill My Brother Dante. Mysterious Uncle Dante.
Same character. Grows into him, clearly and obviously. If you play 1... You play 3, 1, 4, it clearly grows into this character. It's the same fucking person.
Edgy reboot.
See, that's what frustrates me about the reading here, is he's giving too much credit to people that don't deserve it.
Al Dente and Tired Old Man Dante. Suffice it to say,
Not really tired.
our guy's been through the ringer the past 2 decades. So, obviously, there was the question of what type of Dante they'd go for in the show.
You pick a point in his fucking life, and you adapt him that way. It's not that fucking hard. Put him before 3. He's a bit more empathetic and caring. He's the guy. He's closer to Devil May Cry 1 Dante. You put him between 3 and 4. You put him between 1 and 4. Then he's moving into that like cool Uncle Dante state, but he's still got a bit of the old one. And the story should be about how he gets from here to there. It's not that fucking hard. You pick a point in the fucking timeline and you adapt it correctly. This is kind of a thing that like transcends media illiteracy. And it's what it comes down to is media. I don't want to it's not a lack of media literacy. I have no doubt that he understands the character, but what I don't get, and it's something that Red Letter Media does really wrong, and it's that you can look at other media that does it right. You know, you can look at like Star Wars, for instance, where you have a game like Jedi Knight that pulls Luke that's about Luke after Return of the Jedi, but before he becomes old grizzled Jedi Master Luke. You can look at other games that use the idea of interquels. Shadow of the Empire, pre-Empire Strikes Back, post-Empire Strikes Back, pre-Empire Strikes Back, but post-Star Wars, you know? And you basically, what you just do is or God of War is another good example. You get Ghost of Sparta, where you have end of God of War suicidal Kratos versus beginning of God of War 2 megalomaniacal asshole Kratos, and you ask, how did we get from here to there? And then you make a fucking story about it. So Devil May Cry, all they should have done was picked a point between 2 games and went, how do we get from here to there? And then made a fucking story about it.
And just as importantly, how would he sound?
Ripped and
Not like Nero! You could have picked anybody! You could have picked Nathan Fillion, or Nolan North, or Troy Baker. I have no doubt that those actors could have pulled that off. Anyone but Johnny Young Bosch.
Irresistible dreamboat, I know. You still can't just tear a guy's clothes off.
You see, something that changed between when the show was announced and now was that Capcom appeared to be distancing themselves from working with Ruben Langdon, the voice of Dante.
The voice of Dante. Yeah, they should have picked Blue.
For, let's just say, reasons and leave it at that. So there was concerns about what Dante would sound like. Langdon had been the voice in every piece of English Devil May Cry media since 2005,
Get the old guy
so
back.
it was hard to separate Dante from that voice. It would be an understatement to say that whoever was taking over the role had high expectations to me. And who was the unlucky soul that had to step up? Well, according to the credits here, it was a young, up-and-coming talent by the name of
Nero's voice actor.
Johnny Young Bosch.
Ichigo.
Wait.
Vash the Stampede.
That Johnny Young Bosch? Yep. That Johnny Young Bosch.
My fucking
known
hero.
For roles such as Vash the Stampede in Trigun,
Ichigo from
Kurosaki in
Bleach, and Nero from
Lelouch
Devil May
Britannia
Cry.
in Code Geass, and Nero in DMC 4 and 5.
He doesn't need to specify the games. He is Devil May Cry Nero. That's all you need to say. I have successfully done the thing. What did you do, Vintage? The brass has been
That
cut.
was the other reason the
top
recasting
brass?
caused its share of groans and grumbles. Now,
the wrong
don't take this
actor.
as me saying Bosch isn't a talented voice actor.
He's amazing. It's just not
worthy of a
Dante.
role like
I
this.
just hear Nero.
He is an exceptional voice talent who's brought a voice to many characters I adore. The issue that I and many others
All you had to do was just not pick a fucking VA that was already in Devil May Cry.
had about him voicing Dante, however, was that he already voices another protagonist within the series. And because his voice can be so distinct, it might be hard to distinguish between the two. This is meant to be Dante, not Nero. And before anyone points it out, I understand the logic for casting Nero's voice for the role. This is a younger Dante, so they had the voice of his...
You know what younger Dante sounds like? Younger Dante is voiced by a man named Ruben Langdon, so that doesn't fucking hold water.
Nephew take the role since Dante
cool.
and Nero sounding
Budget cuts, I
similar
understand.
around
I
that
see.
age would make sense. I get it, but
No brass.
logic it all you want,
No
the
toots.
concern was still there. That's Nero's voice.
Do not
I'm
toot it.
gonna keep thinking it's Nero.
Yes.
I would have just preferred a new person in the role if they're going
Like,
to
imagine if in
cast
the next episode, Kinger's voice actor is gone and he's instead being voiced by Jax, and Jax is just missing. Dante's been here the whole time. Damn.
On our necks, but we need to buckle down and think positive.
But I will admit, as I watched the
No, but I
series,
got the brass. Oh, nice.
I got used to Bosch in the role. That's not to say I think you should take up the mantle for all future Dante castings, but he works well in this adaptation. Being a younger Dante, he does enough with his vocal range to up his...
I'm realizing that I
cadence
love...
that
yeah, I think
was
Jax is
never
wearing
distracted
Kinger.
thinking
Exactly.
he
I love...
sounds too
I
much
just
like
really
Nero.
love Devil May Cry.
It also helps
more
that
than
he
this guy
plays
does,
this
clearly.
Dante differently than he would Nero, as there's
He
more
does.
of a lighthearted quippiness to his character. Which brings us to the characterization of this Dante.
Getting killed with your own sword? That'd be embarrassing.
So I will say, amongst the numerous Dantes we've had over the years, this is not a bad Dante. He's fun. Easily the
Yeah, he's
best
the
part of
he's
show.
the thing that nobody's complained about was Dante, but
Not an exceptionally high bar, granted, but one it clears nonetheless. There are plenty of directions you can go showing a Dante before he more or less gets the whole demon hunter career figured out. When he's still stumbling around doing
Devil May
odd
Cry
jobs for
3.
Enzo with
Yeah.
no real idea of the world he exists.
I like that Enzo's there. That's
Spending
cool.
his nights playing DDR and testing out bad one-liners. He's a little dumb, he's a little less put together, but you can definitely see the foundations for the Dantes we'd see in
he's kind of a
future
cynical asshole in
this
Devil May
is
Cry
still
3.
Devil May Cry, though, so part of the
How did he
grading
get the
curve
Sparta?
will be on the quality of the fight scenes. And I'd say this adaptation does a serviceable job in that regard.
Okay, I want to make that very clear. Devil May Cry as a series is famous for its cutscene fights. So when you're adapting it good enough is not good enough. You need to make a series that is famous for its anime fights. You need something on par with fucking Hunter x Hunter or like the best of Naruto's fight scenes. Like, and it's good for it too because like it doesn't really have the same rules that govern it like Hunter x Hunter, so you can really go nuts with it. You like going, the fight scenes are passable, is saying the fight scenes are shit. I'm all about standards. The fight scenes need to be fucking amazing, or else they don't belong. Yeah, use your all kinds of shit.
When the quality of the CGI on the demons isn't pulling focus.
Also, stop using CGI in anime. I'm fucking sick of it. Unless you're gonna look as good as Attack on Titan, or Beastars, or Doro Hedoro, or whatever. Like, like what you should do is implement the CG. And if you don't look at least as good as Beastars, throw it in the garbage and fucking draw it. I don't care. I don't watch it as it comes out. I'll watch it when it's done. Fucking stop it. You are permanently damaging art for the sake of your budget.
There are moments of exceptional
That looks like
animation
shit.
and storyboarding on display.
That design
here.
is terrible.
Moments like Dante dancing through waves of mercenaries in his shop, or running along exploded plane debris.
Dante
as it's
murdering
bits
people is
falling
just
from the
weird to me,
sky,
though. Like,
attempting
that's
to
something
hand
we
out
don't really see
parachutes
him
to the
do.
Human passengers left in freefall.
That's cool.
Admittedly, the animation quality never quite reaches the peaks of Castlevania as I'd hoped, but
Then why is it there? Yeah.
But that in of itself is a high bar. Also, not for nothing.
No. That is a Devil May Cry bar. That is what should be expected of Devil May Cry. Good fight scenes in Castlevania is a nice treat because that game was whip. whip, 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 sword, 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 sword. If I can pick up a fucking controller and make a better fight scene than your anime has, when your anime is about cool fight scenes, you should get your shit together.
I do wish we'd get different devil arms in these kind of adaptations. I understand it might be
I
difficult to
agree.
write around the dozen or so accoutrements Dante has found throughout his adventures, so the easy default is
He
for
fucking pawns them off. Like, the idea... Okay, so this is actually an Alex headcanon thing. I don't know if this is true. But my headcanon for why Dante doesn't have devil arms from previous adventures is that he's a terrible businessman, doesn't make any money, and he has to pawn them off Firefly style. Like, oh my god, Devil May Cry... Like, this guy's understanding of Devil May Cry pisses me off. Because he's just looking at the games going, I don't know, how would we do it? I don't understand how we would make a Devil May Cry anime. This is the best we got. Motherfucker, look at what inspired it. Devil May Cry was inspired by Trigun, Devilman. Two great examples of things you could use as your inspiration. Like, I'm watching a show right now called Firefly. And Firefly, one of the biggest themes in the show, it's about basically... It's about mercs in space struggling because they're poor. Another great show, which has a very similar subject matter, is Cowboy Bebop. Another great anime. It is about mercs in space struggling because they're poor. Every episode is not their story. It is the story of the people they meet. And at the end of every episode, the characters have to make a moral decision. They can choose between evil and getting paid, or good and continuing to not have any beef for the bell peppers and beef. Trigun handles this a very different way, where you have a very heroic character like Vash the Stampede come in and save the day for these people. Devil May Cry should be like that. Every Devil May Cry scene should be about... Every Devil May Cry episode should be... Dante gets a new job. Dante shows up, he's our POV character. We meet our real main characters for the episode who have a problem. Something that is morally complex. Let's say a girl's in love with a demon, but this demon's murderous and he did horrible things. Well, Dante has been paid to kill this demon by the girl's father because he's a demon. Well, now we have an actual moral dilemma. We have an actual point to the episode. And the episode can end with either Dante having a big cool fight with a demon, or a big cool fight with all the mercs the father hired. And now we have a story, and that's what every episode should be. You look at... basically, just take Trigun and make it gothic. Just look at, like, who inspired Dante? What was the inspiration for Dante's design? You had Leon Kennedy and Vash the Stampede. Well, then just fucking make it Trigun! Cowboy Bebop? Oh, there you go. Yeah. If you like Cowboy Bebop and want to see the real Cowboy Bebop live action, fucking watch Firefly. If you like Firefly and want to see an anime version of it, watch Cowboy Bebop. Those shows are like... they're like Samurai Champloo and Cowboy Bebop, or Trigun and Outlaw Star. They're like, right there, you know? They're good shit. Trigun's so fucking good, man. Yeah, and just... It's like Ghost in the Shell and Serial Experiments Lane. Those are like brother shows. What I'm saying is there's no excuse for a bad Devil May Cry anime. All you need to do is just make a good anime set in the Devil May Cry universe. That's all you have to do. It's easy. Sorry, it's not easy, but it's possible. And if it could be, and it should be, then we should demand it. That's my mindset. Don't tolerate Don't tolerate crap. Ask for something better. And don't make excuses for crap.
With his base sword rebellion, but having this master...
Oh yeah, the whole point of that is that there should be a focus on Dante's, like, poverty. On how... I remember the old anime, it had several episodes where Devil May Cry just had no power. Like, his business just had no power at all, and he just had to eat in the dark. And he has to pawn off the devil arms.
Feels like such a waste. It's like having a personal
Hell, that's how the fucking villains of Devil May Cry 4 get the devil arms, is Trish fucking sells them.
Home, but only letting them cook steak every day. It's a really good steak, don't get me wrong, but when you like some Ifrit fried rice or Cerberus chilled sorbet.
Yeah.
And what's extra annoying about this is we do get a scene of Dante using another weapon. When he turns a minor demon into a pair of boxing gloves. Don't ask how he did that. proceeds to get a single
that's how
hit
demons
on
work.
Cavalier Angelo.
Wait.
And then drops them.
That's fair.
Or are they edging us on this stuff or something?
Yeah,
However,
they hate you.
one criticism I've seen of this Dante that I'd like to take a moment to push back against is that he's too weak. He loses fights with Lady and some of the demons acting as henchmen to the true big
Yeah, he can
bad,
lose
so
fights.
now
It's
he's
killing
being
him
put
that's
on
the
front
problem.
watch. And I understand where that issue is coming from. In the games, Dante is always one step ahead of everyone.
Yeah, nothing
outside
against
of the
him
top
losing. He loses
echelon,
fights in
and
the games too.
making him feel like this unstoppable force that's Looney Tunesing his way.
But both
through
in 5
hordes
and
of
3, which are the
demons.
best games.
It's why, despite having played every DMC game countless times, I will still watch every cutscene with Dante
Damn straight.
antagonizing a boss-level demon because they're just that fun to see play out.
You're the
Strongest in the litter.
Looks like we're gonna need a bigger leash. Come.
Meanwhile, this Dante is constantly being put on the back foot and getting stomped down by nearly everyone he runs into. But for everything else I'll say about this adaptation, I'll run defense for this choice in characterization. I feel that saying the fact Dante loses in fights means he's a terrible character or a bad representation of the source material is a bit of a misrepresentation of what the story's trying to do. You see,
It doesn't matter what the story's trying to do, it's a misrepresentation of the source material. It loses fights in Devil May Cry 1, Devil May Cry 3, and Devil May Cry 5. He doesn't lose any fights in 4, but he's not the main character of 4. In 4, he shows up in someone else's story. It's almost like that's a really good idea.
to show a character at their most vulnerable. Batman is an endlessly cool character with nearly a century of interpretations, often being portrayed as the ultimate martial artist / detective.
And
So-
see, this is when it comes down to another one of my opinions. Batman, for me, is either done right or done wrong. And there you go.
Fine if Matt Reeves' version
And then there's
of Dark
SMT
Knight
Nocturne.
has a scene where he doesn't know how to use his wingsuit yet and ends up
I like
smashing
that
right
scene.
into a bus.
I also really like the scene in Batman Year One, which is the scene's probably referencing, where he almost accidentally kills somebody trying to steal a TV. He's a combination of character. He's a combination of Vash the Stampede, Leon Kennedy, and Spike Spiegel.
That one moment doesn't make me disregard the entire character here, because the point is that he's developing...
No, that's fans who should be disregarded. What he's
And I'd make the same argument
discussion he's having right now with the potential people he was talking about or heard the opinion from should be disregarded, because to them, Dante is nothing but a power fantasy, and there's so much more to the character than that. Anyways, guys, I gotta pee. We'll continue to watch this. I apologize if this is miserable, but I really like Devil May Cry, and I really don't like the art that I love being shit on.
Can only make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now, cause I can't wait much longer. I know I got to be right now, cause I can't get much stronger. Man, I've been waiting all night now. That's how long I've been on ya. I need you right now. I need you right now. Let's get lost tonight. You could be my Black Kate Moss tonight. Play secretary, I'm the boss tonight. And you don't give a fuck what they all say, right? Awesome, the Christian and Christian Dior. Damn, they don't make them like this anymore. I ask, cause I'm not sure. Do anybody make real shit anymore? Bow in the presence of greatness. Cause right now, that has forsaken us. You should be honored by my lateness. That I would even show up to this fake shit. So go ahead, go nuts, go ape shit. Especially in my pastel or my babe shit. Act like you can't tell who made this new gospel, homie. Take 6 and take this, haters. That don't kill me, can only make me stronger.
Yeah, it's not so much. Sorry, I want to point out that I don't mind. If someone hates on the stuff I love and they're just wrong, I'll just block them and move on. Like, I literally just don't care about anything they have to say. Any opinion they have for the foreseeable future is in the wrong because they're an enemy of what I'm trying to accomplish. When I say shit on, I mean I hate it when a bad piece of art is created using the name of something I love and then people try to defend it. It fucking infuriates me. And people get really fucking stupid about it. Like, if you're wondering, like, what's the big deal with The Last Jedi? That was the big deal with The Last Jedi. The Last Jedi came out and people were like, oh my god, it has so much potential. And I'm like, it's shit. And then guess what? It was shit. None of that potential got delivered upon, therefore rendering the original shit. If you write the first half of the story and don't fucking finish the story, and then someone else makes the second half and it's bad, the entire story is bad, and you shouldn't waste your fucking time. Same goes for this. It's like, okay, well, here's all of its good qualities. I don't care. Shut the fuck up about the good qualities. If it's bad, put it in the dirt. If it's good, raise it up.
For Netflix DMC. This is ostensibly Year 1 Dante.
Usually when I kill
I'm cool
a
with
demon,
that.
I just, I don't know, leave them there.
I'm cool with Year 1 Dante.
How do you think all those bodies stay hidden from the public?
This is a younger Dante who never learned who his father was or his demon origins. So when it comes to his
See, like, I'm perfectly okay with the Year 1 Dante. But why isn't the rest of the story? Why are we dragging in Lady when Lady would be a literal child? Good night, Mr. Blue.
Ability to heal from fatal injuries. He just chalks it up to being a superhero. No questioning, no reasoning, and I can't lie.
That's Devil May Cry 3 Dante.
I think that's pretty funny in terms of character writing. Not the way I'd write his relation to his
I don't
history,
gotta head to
and
school.
it leads to
You
some
don't.
issues later, but it's funny. And this imagined backstory is how he developed this hero complex, creating this deluded idea that he has superpowers.
I love that
entirely
idea. That sounds
separate
great.
from the demons he fights, which makes him feel invincible, resulting in him being brash and reckless in fights, to which Lady and others take advantage of that youthful arrogance to put him in bad situations. Also,
Why is Lady here?
It's
Is
hard
my
for me to
question.
complain about Dante not looking strong enough when he's doing motorcycle.
I guess my question is always, like, one of the arguments, like, okay, this is a completely separate thing. No, it's not. It's called Devil May Cry. And I guess my opinion is, if you're not going to make it work with the games that already exist, what's the point of setting a whole new thing if you're not going to do anything with it?
And Rudra combos on a.
At the end of the day, what I ultimately have to say is that if you want to do something new, then do something new. Make your own fucking thing. Don't drag the work of other artists through the dirt.
Boss level demons set to Last Resort by Papa Roach. They're doing enough to sell me this guy's strong. Yes, Dante briefly loses a couple times, but that doesn't devalue the character in any significant way, beyond showing that he still has room to grow. He's still performing impressive feats of strength that showcase this character's ability to handle things himself. However, while I'll defend this Dante getting his face literally caved in, I do have my own criticisms with how he was handled as a character.
Why does he have the
Namely
Sparta?
that, despite this being a fun Dante, he's not a substantial one.
Bang! Man, Skeletor did not hold up since the 80s. Not my best work, but you get it.
While I do enjoy the characterization of Dante here, a little bit of
I feel like this comes from the perspective of, like, I think the ultimate, like, opinion that created this show, other than Adi Forgot, is that Devil May Cry is a dumb series with a dumb protagonist that lacks substance, and I need to fix that. And I think ultimately the reason why that works with Castlevania and doesn't work with this is that, one, Castlevania, a lot of what it was used to fix Castlevania 3's shortcomings in the form of the adaptation of Castlevania 3 that the Castlevania show was just lore from Castlevania that people didn't know. Like, everything that we see within the show of Castlevania comes from Castlevania lore. That was just in manuals or in spin-off comics or whatever back in the day. Whereas Devil May Cry has never been a series that lives within its lore. I mean, sure, you got things like Enzo, you got Tony Redgrave being Dante's actual, like, legal name. That kind of thing. You have little bits of backstory here and there that you pick up in the games or in the spin-off comics or novels or whatever. But ultimately, Devil May Cry is a show that does not lack for substance, or is a game that does not lack for substance. Every game past Devil May Cry 2 has something to say, and it is a damn good story that is not told anywhere else. You can't replace Devil May Cry 3, 4, and 5. The stories it tells are very resonant and high quality for video game stories. They tell unique stories that they believe in and that they stick to. Sure, it doesn't have the subtlety of something like Last of Us, but it's a fucking fable. It's a great kick-ass fable that I really love. And so I feel like the mind that created games, things like DMC Devil May Cry and this, and Netflix Devil May Cry, is the idea that Devil May Cry is dumb. That Dante is dumb. And that this is a dumb show for idiot. This is a dumb thing that needs to be smartened up a bit. Demons can't just be demons they have to mean something, while ignoring the actual meaning the demons had to begin with. Dante's a fucking idiot clown. Let's not focus on him as a character. Let's focus instead on characters like Lady being super edgy and cool and badass, and also even being like villains of the story, or like Virgil. But Dante is like the emotional heart of Devil May Cry. Anyway, sorry.
Fight scenes. In terms of an actual character to be invested in for 8 episodes and even future seasons, there isn't anything for me that I haven't already seen many times before, either in Devil May Cry itself or series adjacent to it. And
Gene from God Hand, yeah.
Like, if I had to rank this Dante amongst the other interpretations, I'd say he falls somewhere between DMC 1 Dante and
That's the correct ranking.
Madhouse Dante. Not at the bottom, but nowhere near the top. The character arc of Dante here just isn't that compelling, or at the least presented in a way that's interesting. A majority of the story is the antagonist trying to force him to develop his demon side that he isn't aware of, so they can use his powers to unlock hell. And his whole attitude, learning he's the son of this ancient demon hero of legend and achieving this
But he learns that in
demonic
3.
super form
God, that looks
is,
like shit.
Oh, I guess I'm a demon. Even ignoring how demon transformations through emotional outbursts are Nero's thing and not Dante's,
Yep.
for how much time the series revolves around White Rabbit's plan of going, hey Dante, you're the son of Sparta, do Devil Trigger, do it, do it, do it. The actual emotion of the moment lands with all the impact of one of those cheap Nerf guns you find at the dollar store. This world-changing realization about who he is and how that relates to his mother's death, he takes like someone finding out they need reading glasses. It's like Dante's being pulled by the nose through his own development and understanding of his character, which makes him feel like a passenger in his own story.
God, Lady
Just
looks like
going
shit.
through the motions the entire time, which makes for an uninteresting
Nero and
character
Dante's
outside of
skin, yeah,
being
not
an
understanding the
adaptation of a
character.
beloved one. There's just nothing in this series that even approaches the sheer pathos of Dante shedding a single tear for his lost brother at the end of DMC 3. I didn't feel emotionally invested in this character in any real way beyond, yeah, that was a fun scene, I guess. To put it in simple terms, the fight scenes and action are
This is
not
making
good
me
enough
really
for
want to
me
watch
forgive
Madhouse
unengaging
Devil May
writing,
Cry and give it a
and the
chance.
character writing and one-liners aren't good enough to elevate the action to anything more than decent. It's all just fine.
And I've got some bad news. You didn't get that callback for the Chuck E. Cheese band auditions.
Also, as a quick side
Ugh.
note, because I can't
Dante
fit
doesn't
this
make
anywhere
references.
else, when Dante finally transforms into his Devil Trigger, the creatives behind the scene chose to commemorate this pivotal moment in the story with a remix of a song from Devil May Cry 5. A nice sentiment sending up to the original games by utilizing its exceptional soundtrack. Not enough adaptations are willing to make use of the extensive musical libraries of their source material. So this is good.
That's one of the things I think that, like, if you're making an adaptation for something, you should get the whole sound library.
Except they chose Devil Trigger. Not to be that
That's Nero's song.
nitpicking fan, but
no, you're not. Okay, look. You need to stop fucking distancing yourself from being a fan. You're not being a nitpicking fan. You're being a real fan. You're being correct. That's Nero's fucking song. It plays when you play as Nero, but not when you play as Dante. What does that tell you?
Nero's theme.
No
not
shit.
Dante's. Dante has a multitude of themes to choose from, and is
It's like when they made DMC Devil May Cry and they made a remix of Never Surrender, Dante's theme. It's like, well, that's Nero's song from 4.
years of games.
I think Nero just resonated a lot with cynical assholes because Nero's a bit more of a cynical character. I'm throwing that out there.
They went with one of the handful of tracks that is not
Nero's
associated with
song
them because it has the words Devil Trigger in it. I'd say this is the most cliched music choice they make in this series, but I don't even know if it's in the top 3.
Oh my god, that sounds like shit!
Frankly, though, if Dante just being alright and some tacky music decisions were this series' worst sins, this would be an entirely different video. Quite honestly, Dante's the least interesting thing to talk
You
about
remember
in this
Nero
whole
more.
thing. Most of the show, his spotlight is actually being stolen by the 2 characters that I do need to talk about. Starting with
a lady by any other name. This is what I want to hear about. This is what I'm curious about. How bad did they fuck up this
Where
character?
do I even start with this one? Now, Lady
First
is
off,
an
at this point in her timeline, Lady's 16 in Devil May Cry 3, so she shouldn't be who she is right now on
iconic
screen.
character in the
She's
Devil
beloved.
May Cry franchise.
She's one of the best characters
Ever since their
in it.
debut in DMC3, every mainline game or adaptation related to Devil May Cry has featured an appearance or cameo of our beloved
Oh, cool, Jeddah.
Devil Hunter. So when an anime adaptation is announced, after Dante and Virgil, Lady is the character fans immediately start asking about.
And we
That's
are
why
just on
everyone
part
was so
3.
ecstatic
Yeah,
to learn
Panseep,
that
it's
their
been a
favorite
struggle.
walking
I have
utility
been
unit
at
was going to be a recurring
I have nothing against Foxcade as a person. I think he's a fucking terrible critic. I think that he needs to care more about the art that he loves. But we're getting to the lady part, which is the part you've told me the most about,
anime.
so I'm excited.
And as if to put
I'm gonna stop hitting pause.
Shankar assured fans on Twitter that they wouldn't change anything about Lady's story. The character would remain largely untouched.
That's not
I reveal
what.
some previously
I don't want to hear you.
unnamed
I don't want to hear
victims.
Twitter quotes. I'm sorry. I'm skipping that shit.
Or character
Hunters.
the same.
We're not jarheads. We're demon hunters.
She's the wrong age. She's 16 in Devil May Cry. She looks way too old.
Yours, Hellblood. A little too fucking comfortable. The way you charged in to take the rabbit on solo? You got some elite-sized balls. Weak-ass sob story. But after everything that's happened, maybe
Why is she working in the military? She didn't have any military history in 3.
I don't actually know shit.
Huh.
Why is she swearing?
You know how I
People
said
don't swear in
earlier
this
that Dante's
universe.
the best part of the series?
Lady's the
Well,
worst.
Lady might be the worst. I never thought I'd be disappointed about having more.
The laws of a
Lady,
fucking
but
brother could
here we
fucking
are.
make a fucking
One of
devil
the
cry.
things that I'm
Fucking
really
cry.
good at is deconstructing something.
Every
down to
time I read your quotes from her, I always leave out a single fucking
core elements.
This is ma'am, not lady.
Right, and explaining why it's connecting and why it's working.
This is Lino, lady in name only.
Fucking idiot.
Okay, broad strokes.
That's
the
not
promise
Lady.
to keep true to Lady's backstory does remain true. A precocious kid whose life was torn apart due to her father's obsession with harnessing infernal powers,
Why does
thus
Arkham look
developing
like
her
that?
hatred for anything demonic as an adult. Though I will say that my heart did skip a beat for a moment when I thought she was going to get Batman orphaned by a stray demon in the subway, and that would be the origins for Lady's anti-demon sentiments. But it was just planting the seed for.
Also, her
father to
anti-demon
more into
sentiments
researching
were
demonic
completely
So,
completely logical and understandable in 3. She wasn't like a demon bigot. She was like, these things are fucking dangerous. They have ruined my life. I'm going to kill them. And the second where that doesn't work, she has to start reconsidering her beliefs.
There are a few tweaks in the details, but the general idea of her origin.
You're looking wonky, Arkham.
However, it's from this point that the video game lady and anime lady immediately diverge. For starters, her name.
It is an honor to serve with you, ma'am. Lieutenant? Mary? Lieutenant, got you. 10-4.
In DMC3, Lady is referred to as such because Dante has no other name to call her during
Yes.
their shared trip through the
I still haven't
Tanning
beaten
Brew.
3. You should, it's good.
Enraged
When you get
by
around
the
to it.
violence that her father committed against her and her mother, she couldn't bear to.
It's the
continue
most important
carrying
Devil
the
May
name
Cry game,
Mary,
I think.
the name that he gave her, choosing to live nameless as she pursues her single-minded mission of patricide.
So
And-
here's the thing. I'm sure a lot of what I've said has been, don't use the name of someone else's work. Do something on your own that's good. That's always been my mindset. Hey, if you're going to adapt something, build, don't destroy. Do not destroy, build. Art exists within the minds of people. If you make a story that conflicts with an old story, you are destroying that old story. Build, don't destroy. Devil May Cry 3 did a lot of things that were different from Devil May Cry 1, but they built. They fleshed out, they explained, they did not destroy, and they made a game that is pretty much better than Devil May Cry 1 in every way. Do I get to play as Lady? Kick-ass if I can. In 4, you can play as Lady. She's great. A lot of fun.
As she's about to finally take revenge against her father, she chooses to take Lady on as her
That's
new
her name.
moniker to symbolize her
Fucking
moving
awesome.
on
I
from
love her.
past. This is the entire framing of how we learn about Lady and develop
father.
her relationship.
Bow!
As the two bond over their bizarre upbringings and complicated feelings of family. After years
God, I
of
love the
living
Alistair.
solely off rage and hatred, Lady rediscovers herself through her brief time with Dante and chooses
beautiful
to
story.
use the nickname he gave her for
You
this
should,
new
it's great.
chapter in her life. It's
You're not going to get the style switching like you have on Switch, but you can get a mod for it.
Free my father.
From this mortal coil.
Lady.
God, this always genuinely gets me. Like, I was really happy when I played this with Vea and she started tearing up at this part, because I'm like, yeah, you get it! You understand what so few people can. Like, God, Devil May Cry is such a great story. Just because it's kind of over the top and anime and mythical.
Version, we're just calling her Mary from moment one.
Why?
Everyone is referring to her as
Why
Mary Arkham
why is fucking
constantly.
female Kai Lang from Mass Effect here? These fucking losers. Nice Judge Dredd belt buckles, though.
From moment one. Everyone is referring to her as Mary Arkham constantly. To the point that when Dante tries to cement her title as Lady, it feels more contrived than an emotional resolution.
Do an odd couple buddy cop thing. Riggs and Murtaugh, Tango and Cash, Dante and Lady.
You know my name is Mary.
Yeah.
Her being like, I like my Mary name is so anti... My name is Mary. Quote, oh my god! My name is Lady. Luke, I am your son. Like, you could not... Like, that is a quote that is, like, the antithesis of the fucking character.
I like Lady better.
Like, we know her name is Mary now.
Where's a rocket
Dante
launcher? Why
knows her
doesn't
name
she
is
have the
Mary
Clean Anne?
almost immediately and has no reason not to use
It's named
it.
after her mom.
The Lady title doesn't work anymore, but we still have to arbitrarily crow
God, I
it
hate that
in
fucking
because
outfit
that's
so
what
much.
she's known as within the franchise. To the point we gotta squeeze in Crazy Town's Butterfly during one of her big action scenes. Yeah, I get it, real cute, but this character isn't Lady. This is Mary. You made it impossible not to know her as anything.
Her joining the military is so fucking stupid. Her joining a government organization is so dumb. I love the idea. I love the impression we get of her in the game where she is literally a schoolgirl. Like, the impression I get of Lady is girl sees her dad become a fucking demon monstrosity, picks up a gun, and you know what? Let me show you a scene. Let me show you a really good Lady scene. This is what Lady does after she finds out her father. This is the true. This is what Lady actually does. She walks into she grabs a gun. She walks into a building. And she's hunting for demons. And she shows up. And she can see the demons. There's demons here. There's people here too, but there's demons. And she says,
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
sadistic! Smoking sexy style!
Near the entrance.
But with 2 pistols. Yeah, so that's Lady's backstory. That's what happens between her dad eating her mom or whatever and Devil May Cry 3. I'm happy to help you guys out.
Mary. There's no real reason to keep calling her Lady within this show.
She does usually use twin pistols. She also uses a scorpion. She uses all kinds of guns. She has like an arsenal of weapons because it takes a lot of bullets to bring a demon down.
Because it's trying to recontextualize her namesake while completely removing the original context for why she was called Lady in the first place. It just doesn't make sense once you stop and think about it for more than a second. And for those of you writing out a reply to say that this is simply Lady's younger years, and they could easily adapt the Arkham storyline
okay, it can't be Lady's younger years because she looks older. She's older than she is in 3. And what else? I was worried my girlfriend just walked in on me, caught me ranting about Devil May Cry. And also, that's not her character, you know? Again, I like the idea that she walked out of that burning building, found a pistol, and went to work. And we're seeing her at the end of her guts journey in 3.
Proper in the flashback. You have to understand that we are so far past that part of her character arc by the end of season 1. She's already developed past her hatred of all demons and emotionally moved past her trauma. So bringing in Arkham now as an attempt to develop that aspect of Lady's character would
Fucking
just be
pointless.
checking off a box more than adding anything of substance to her character in a meaningful way.
Help me, Mary.
Mary died a long time ago.
My name
is Lady. Goodbye, Father.
Show it. Yeah, I fucking love that.
But it's not just the
So what I
named
love about
character
that scene is it's the gunshot, right? And you're like, oh, it's an echo as it cuts to different. And it cuts back to her, and she has emptied the entire fucking magazine into his skull. It's so fucking good, man. I love Devil May Cry.
You could argue that alone doesn't change anything of importance. She's still the badass chick fighting demons. But
Well,
it
she's
definitely
not
gives
just
the
Alice
character
from
a
Resident
different
Evil.
flavor. And that's before we get into how they wrote her dialogue.
Demons real. They're really fucking hard to kill. You just happen to be walking around with half the key to fucking hell on your neck? They'll be harder to study in 100 fucking pieces. Even that thing should have trouble healing from a
It can't be Lady's younger years because she would be
The amulet's
6.
still up there.
Exactly.
Let's go see what that Roger fucking.
Why did they give them heads? I love you, Fancy man. You're gonna do fine, kid. You're gonna do well out there, kid. Oh man, just like for real, man, for real. Just why did they give them heads? That's the entire point. What the? I like that. What am I looking at, Fancy? What is this art? Hold on, let me see what clip Comrade made. Is this of my channel? Because if not, I'm not watching it. Oh, here we are.
Holy shit.
She realizes the sex update is real now. Guys, all my holes, they're open. Let me take these arms off. Pop, pop. No. Okay, yeah. That's good. Okay. Woot woot. I've heard lots of annoying things about this show, not Tatica. I've only heard good things. Also, yo, Fish, thank you so much for the raid, buddy. Hell yeah. It's good to see you. What were you playing? Shoutouts to Fish VT, who is, I don't know what they were playing, but you should definitely go follow them because they are awesome. Yes, I am a fucking dyed-in-the-wool hardcore Devil May Cry fan, so this has been a painful experience getting through. Because I watched the first episode, clocked it as not my thing, and then gave up on it, and then everything I heard about it was the worst.
Backfired. I shut down your fucking Nazi Frankenstein lab.
Ooh.
Off your fucking cotton puff tail off. You threw me through a fucking window.
Now, right off the bat, I don't want anyone to think I have a problem with swearing itself.
Tone the fucking
I'm not
profanity
about to go
down.
on an Annie Wilkes style rant and
No, but you should though. That rant's great.
It doesn't always come across in my videos, but I'm someone who enjoys a good swear, as any self-respecting Canadian would. You fucking hosers. And a character having a potty mouth can most definitely have its place in writing a story. Some of my favorite
Morning,
characters
stop,
in
look that
media
up.
are known for being insanely crass.
Yeah, I'm very profane.
Caine from Nier.
Yeah.
Ryan Freeman from The Boondocks.
Yeah.
Deborah
Those are good
Morgan from
examples.
Dexter. The cast of Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Joe Pesci in
Anything.
every mafia movie ever.
Including Home Alone.
What the fuck
Wish
are you
list.
looking at?
The fuck are you looking at?
Having a
You
character that's
motherfucker, you!
liberal with their vulgarities can be an effective way
Right.
to express any number of characteristics, whether it's their immaturity,
I love
their
Riley.
bluntness, or general lack of decorum. But ironically, it has to be
All right, I
written
got it wish
tactfully,
listed.
or else it can come off as forced and immature in a way that you don't intend it to.
Wayne, you gonna weigh in on this?
Oh, there's nothing better than a fart. Except kids falling off bikes, maybe. Fuck, I could watch kids fall off bikes all day. I don't give a shit about your kid.
If cussing is used as a lazy shorthand for a character being gritty and badass, it can just as often have the opposite
All right,
effect.
link it.
Feeling like it's trying to
Oh, yep.
which is where we find Lady here. Nothing about her character or the arc she goes through is enhanced by the excessive amount of swearing she uses, often making her
Tell me
dialogue
why you
flat
did
in its
it.
attempts to sound cool and edgy.
I'm gonna make it so the rabbit needs a magician to pull him out of his own asshole.
Swearing doesn't make you cool.
Granted, it might be because I know how Lady was originally.
Yeah, how
written.
she's supposed to
The lady
sound.
we see in the video games.
Hey, why
never
didn't you
needed
get her
to call
VA back?
Dante a bitch ass demon fucker to get the energy of someone you didn't want to pick a fight with. It's all communicated through moments of her effortlessly wiping out waves of demons in style, and the no fucks given attitude she carries as she attempts to no-scope Dante from behind her back with an RPG. She just had this aura about her that made her so compelling. This was a character who was badass. She didn't need to swear to convey that information.
Yep.
So when you take that character
Show
and
don't
give
tell.
them dialogue that makes them sound like the average Twitter user, it's pretty noticeable. And where it's most painful is the retelling of Sparta's legend. Again, looking back to Lady's first game appearance,
You know,
DMC3
I was gonna
opens
pause.
with
I can actually think of an example of something by Adi Shankar that worked really well for that was death in Castlevania. Because in Castlevania season, I think 4, spoilers by the way for Castlevania season 4, there's this vampire. Death is basically in vampire form to live amongst the vampires until his time comes, to, eat all the souls and shit, because boy, oh boy, the vampire-human conflict is kicking off, so to speak, right? Well, his whole time there, he is this stressed out, exhausted, pissed off person because he's death and nobody knows it. And he's so tired of being treated like a fucking second-rate vampire. And so he actually speaks with a shit ton of profanity. He actually talks like a fucking hold on, let me see if I can actually find Castlevania Death. There's a really great conversation he has. He talks like a shit poster and
Why is it that only
on social media.
Why is it that only human hands can reach into hell? Don't you think that's weirdly fucked up? I can't do it. I was put here at the dawn of life on Earth to feed on the last breath of every one of you fuckers. I'm a little more than a thing.
You don't make anything, you don't live. You just eat and hide.
Is there a point to this? Are you dictating your fucking obituary to me, Belmont? I'm going to eat your soul, shit it out, and use it to smother your fucking girlfriend to death.
It works for him because he's just this fucking exhausted asshole who's at the end of his rope. He's like, yeah, I finally get to let loose.
The Legend of Sparta, set over Dante and Virgil's fight on top of the tenement group. She explains how she was told this story as a kid about a demon from centuries before.
If you want to know how much I fucking love Devil May Cry, you should definitely watch the Yakuza compilation, because holy shit, I've stuffed so much Devil May Cry music in that thing.
Justice and rebelled against his own kind by sealing the demon realm off from the human world in order to protect humanity. Something that sounded like an ancient fairy tale parents told their kids at bedtime until she learned the reality behind the story. It's a simple narration that perfectly sets the stage for the game, as it's Lady speaking
one of the best intros of all time,
recalling her encounter with the Sons of Sparta and how that changed her views on those supposed bedtime stories and her preconceived notions of demons as a whole.
Maybe somewhere out there even a devil may cry when he loses a loved one. Don't you think?
Maybe. In contrast, the Netflix adaptation goes something like...
He was a demon knight, whatever that means.
Yeah.
Big bad warrior, blah, blah, blah.
Whatever that means. Hey, idiot. It probably means he was a demon knight.
2,000 years ago...
Also, what the fuck? What's that design? Hold on. Boy, I hope, Vish, I hope you don't dislike it when I rant, because holy fuck. I'm a dirty little ranter, I am. What happened to the bug? He's supposed to be a big bug man. He's a big bug man. What the hell? You fucked him up. You fucked up Bugman.
Our world was still connected to their shithole. And I guess Sparta woke up one day and realized...
I guess.
Hey, this is evil as fuck. Kind of the least he could fucking do, really. Which, if that's true, He's been MI-fucking-A whenever shit hits the fan for the past few millennia.
He's dead, you fucking asshole.
In this adaptation, Lady retells the legend of Sparta at a point where she still holds
you were
a
joking,
fierce
that's some
resentment
shit.
toward the demon race rather than at the end of her arc, thus framing it in a more negative light. But even accounting for that, this is bad.
It's
That's
ruinous.
the only word that feels appropriate. It's poorly written for how important this legend is to this story.
Yeah, it's got no
since
self-respect.
Sparta creating the barrier is a central concept within this show that is constantly referenced to. And the writing
It's the
treats
most
it as
important
if
piece of
Lady
lore.
and everyone else is going, yeah, but who really cares though? What is gained by delivering this bit of storytelling lathered in this millennial snark? It does a disservice to the story and
called a millennial
character
snark. That's bad.
by making it
That's
sound
more
like
intense.
something they're
That's more
rolling their
damaging
eyes
than
at.
anything I've
Kinda
said.
makes you question Sparta's whole plan.
Excuse me, but what's an ancient Greek city-state got to do with any of this?
Not Sparta. Sparta. Did no one read the intelligence briefing I prepared?
Of all the changes in the series, this scene is the one that led to the most ridicule amongst fans of DMC.
Sincerity
And
sincerity
fairly so.
versus irony. Oh man, that's brutal.
One that led to the most ridicule amongst fans.
Spend a demon night, whatever that means. Big bad warrior, blah blah blah. And then you have like the superior design and actually like well written dialogue here.
Fans of DMC. And fairly so, in my opinion. Having a beloved character recount a legend that is central to the entire franchise's mythos, with all the emotion of your edgy brother going through puberty, just hits the ear wrong. It's like hearing Batman call his parents stupid fucking
This is where my
moms
stupid
for
bitch
dying
parents
in
biffed
Crime
it.
Alley. And not for nothing, but I always had a fondness for the line that
Yeah, it's
Sparta
great. Woke up to justice.
It's
It's good.
cheesy, but it also fits the tone of legend that the story's trying to sell.
Titties.
So having it completely butchered as
And I guess Sparta woke up one day and realized, hey, this is evil as fuck.
had me gritting my teeth hard enough that my dentist sent me a preemptive bill. And frankly, it doesn't help that the voice actress also doesn't sound natural swearing in scenes, at least within the script she was given. Not that I think the actress is terrible in the role, but I can hear when a profanity is being shoved in where it naturally fucking wouldn't come up in the actress's way of speaking, motherfuckers, which is why it often comes off as needless and forced. Bitch.
Bitch.
Spawn, motherfucker.
But naming conventions, swearing, these are simply appetizers to the real entree of Lady's adaptational changes in this depiction. Because now we have to talk about the most jarring choice made for her. She's a cop now. That's right, our girl's a pig now. A dog of the government, happily taking orders from the Vice President of America. The story attempts to frame it as her leading an elite demon hunting squad, but for all intents and purposes,
That's bad.
She's a cop. A far, far cry.
I liked it better when I thought she was a fucking mass shooter.
And beyond the obvious ew factor of making her into Lady Bacon, I'm disappointed because I'd love to learn more about the Devil Hunter occupation in this world. Other than the people who work at Devil May Cry, we've never seen other actors in that role.
And I'm
aside
good
from
with that never
vague
being the
implications
case
that
ever
there
again.
are other hunters doing jobs.
And they got you.
Based on
They got you
concept
breast and
sketches,
boobily.
there were
Damn girl.
plans for a group of human devil hunters to be included in DMC 5, but that was unfortunately scrapped during early development.
Hey, if I ever get to make a tabletop game for Devil May Cry, that's what it will do. That's what we'll play as, human devil hunters.
Where devil hunter is an acceptable occupation you could put on a mortgage application. Instead, what we get is a paramilitary unit running around putting guns in people's faces and disregarding the lives of human civilians in the process. Really stretching the imagination on that one. It's also disappointing because it's yet another departure from what made Lady, Lady. When we first meet her in the game,
She's doing it on her own.
She's on a one-woman
I fucking love
revenge
it.
mission fueled by one goal, and any dead demons were just bonus collateral on top of that. Her father's actions taught her that all demons should die if their power can cause that sort of pain. End of story. There was a passion to her motivations, and that's what made her slowly coming to understand Dante and even sympathize with him all the more appealing. It was her letting go of her pain.
I do like the
Then
Devil
in
May Cry
future
3
appearances,
gave
we
us
can see a lady who's
dedicated gun
found
character
some
and
sort of
dedicated sword
peace,
character, which is
even
pretty
if
awesome.
the act of killing her father still weighs on her at times.
I know you hate Virgil, but you can't kill your own father.
It's true. You'd never recover from that.
Except in the anime, she's always wanted to be a demon killing
Yeah.
cop ever since she was a kid, and her father's actions just reinforced it. Then, as a grown-up, she joins a mercenary group funded by the American government.
That's the last we
that
get to
goes
see of
around
Real
killing
Lady.
Demons because, frankly, she doesn't have anything better to do. She doesn't have any motivations that are her own anymore, so she becomes a jackbooted thug for others, where she's now needlessly cruel to humans and demons alike if it fits within the mission assignment. The cool element is that she also learns not all demons have to die, but the end results are vastly different. Her main character arc now is the decision between letting go of her hatred and trusting in others again, or keeping her job as a cop. Lady's arc learning that even a demon possesses the capacity for humanity and rediscovering her own humanity in the process is now reworked into a storyline where she's part of a racist police squad that kills defenseless demon refugees indiscriminately, and learning how that might have been wrong. Yeah, I'm starting to think these tweets may not have been entirely honest, or they just so vastly misunderstood this character.
That's the thing. I don't think Adi Shankar understands Devil May Cry at all.
Is to eventually transform Lady into something more resembling the one we know from the games over the course of future seasons. This is such a bizarre, almost repugnant starting point for the character in terms of adaptation that
It's almost character
impossible
ruining.
for me to imagine her ever resembling
It's like the
Lady
goddamn
that
Batman.
fans like me fell in love with.
You shot my leg!
But hold on a moment, I hear some of you say. What did you mean by demon refugees? Just now? Well, there's only so much I can talk about the issue with Lady.
Dude, he pushed it back so far before he brought it up.
Without
Oh man.
delving deep into the real meat of things. That's right. There's no more avoiding it. We have to get into the actual controversial issue with this adaptation. I never thought I'd say this in regards to Devil May Cry. We gotta talk about 9/11.
Be an American idiot. Media.
Now, the words politically minded are not ones I thought I'd ever associate with Devil May Cry, the character action games from the PS2 era, but the Netflix adaptation sure does try. The White Rabbit's constantly espousing anti-colonial rhetoric, the American heads of state are recurring characters involved in the story, and there are political pundits on a
Yeah,
talk
like
show
when
arguing
we got to
whether
the
it's
Fox
Russia
News
or the
segment, I was
left's
just
fault
like,
that
I'm
the
good.
world's on fire.
Carried out by a sophisticated network of terrorist demons from hell!
Keep in mind that these alone wouldn't inherently make this a politically
This makes like the feel of this show is if like these scenes make me think that the creators thought that we were fucking stupid. Like that read is so belligerent and dumb. Anyway, sorry. I'll keep watching. I just wanted to point that out.
The Wire may cry. This
like I said, if you
having
want an
antagonist with
anime that's
anti-American
about the exact
sentiments
same
or
subject
the
matter but
president making
good,
an appearance
watch Pluto.
is the bare minimum for any good action movie from the 1980s.
Yes.
Hell, that's half of the Resident Evil franchise.
What are you talking about? Did you really think I'd trust an American?
That's why I didn't think too much of it when I noticed these things in DMC during my initial watch. It was definitely weird for the world building Devil May Cry has always kept to, but not out of the realm of possibility. That is, until we started delving into White Rabbit's motivations.
God bless America!
Basically, as the show progresses, we learn that White Rabbit isn't just sowing chaos in the human realm for the hell of it. He's actually a human who found his way to the demon realm as a child, and discovered that many demons on the other side live in constant strife due to the toxic conditions of hell. Or Makai, as we learn it's called. Yeah, I get it, it's Capcom. And after years of watching his new family slowly waste away in this environment, White Rabbit attempts to bring them back with him to the human realm, believing that they could find better living conditions there, only to be confronted with the ugly reality of this world. As they're entering through one of the portals Rabbit had found, they discover that Lady's squad is waiting for them, who end up brutally slaughtering everyone but Rabbit under the assumption that they are invading. This moment would be the driving force for Rabbit's years-long, mildly convoluted plan to get his revenge on Lady and the American government, by forcibly tearing down the barrier between the human and demon realms that Sparta had created. And at pure face value, I think this is all fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say, for a character motivation, that sounds decent. I would love to see like a one-off adventure about that doesn't fucking completely destroy the setting.
Being followed. I can understand the motivations behind these writing decisions. And to their credit, this White Rabbit is the most well-developed villain character in a DMC property that isn't specifically named Virgil. Where a majority of Devil May Cry villains are evil for evil's sake.
I hated the
either
rabbit.
demon
Damn.
seeking power or human seeking demonic power.
I want to point out, like, I really hate the whole, oh, they're evil for evil's sake. You have a very slim reading of evil. The desire for power is evil, correct? However, wanting power for power's sake is something that many people in the real world actually try to achieve. Dismissing that as cartoonishly evil does you a disservice and stops you from being able to see it in the real world when it's actually happening. Evil for evil's sake isn't a bad way to write a character. It's the default. It's what we have in the real world. Hitler was evil for evil's sake. Many people in our world today, many high-functioning businessmen and such, are evil for evil's sake by that same logic. It's something that shouldn't be referred to with derision, but should be actually explored as a concept, because the desire for power's sake is what our world has. And honestly, especially if you're American, what our world runs on. So, I don't know. I can't bring myself to dismiss someone like Arkham for that reason.
It has a certain depth that I can appreciate. A lot of which is carried by the absolutely stellar voice talent of Hoon Lee.
This world is about to become much, much larger. Well, not for you.
But where it gets complicated is that those demons attempting to escape hell aren't just demons.
Oh boy, here it comes. 9/11.
And we're walking.
Okay.
What they actually are is a transparent allegory for refugees in the real world, namely refugees created during the War on Terror, the military campaign in the Middle East started by the United States after September 11th, 2001, and the prejudice they face from the human world is a thinly veiled metaphor for the rampant Islamophobia that followed. Because that's what I think of when I think of Devil May Cry. And if you think I'm reaching here, like this is some film studies grad student trying to tell you that Happy Gilmore is a sharp commentary on American hypercapitalism, I don't think Devil May Cry is nearly that subtle about what it's pulling from. There's a Christo-fascist vice president who works under a dumb Texan that is easily manipulated, a clear analogy for Dick Cheney, the vice president of America, who many thought was the real president, puppeteering George W. Bush, specifically in regards to foreign policy. A needless war is instigated with a foreign nation so that America could be justified in invading and mining resources from it, a common criticism of the War on Terror's supposed objectives. The American government starts dropping nukes set to American Idiot by Green Day, a song and album that was famously about the youth being disillusioned with the American government during the War on Terror. The only way it could be more overt on what it's talking about is if the president put up a mission accomplished banner after White Rabbit was killed. Eddie Shankar himself has outright said that the White Rabbit and his motivations were pulled from his own real-life experience, both in witnessing the poverty that ravaged Calcutta, India, where he spent his early years with his parents, along with the guilt he felt as one of the lucky few who was able to avoid that life, and moving to America in the shadow of 9/11, when being a person from the Middle East, or looking like you were, was not always looked on favorably, to say it lightly. I understand where he's pulling inspiration from in writing a character,
but it doesn't
like
belong in
White
Devil May
Rabbit.
Cry.
And I'll say this, I don't think that's necessarily a bad instinct as a writer. The problem isn't that the historical allegory exists. Star Wars was largely influenced by George Lucas's
The
feelings on the
Mujahideen
Vietnam
and the
War.
Viet Cong were the
X-Men
inspiration
were created
for
as an extended allegory for the civil rights movement in the 1960s, and later started to include allusions to issues like gay rights.
Have you tried
not being a mutant?
not being a mutant?
And then we have Pluto.
Yeah, Pluto!
Kurosawa,
I was gonna say, like, fuck this entire show. Pluto exists. Just watch that instead if you want that.
tackle the topic of the war in Iraq, something that was extremely
Pluto's
fresh in
fucking
people's
amazing.
minds when it initially started publication in 2003. But it does it through the lens of Astro Boy. Yes, the retro anime from the 1960s about a little robot boy. And you would think Astro Boy, but it's about the war on terror? What? Why would you do that?
One of the best anime I've
That
ever
doesn't
seen.
fit. It's an anime about a super-powered robot boy going on adventures. What was Urasawa on that day? How did he still have a job after pitching that? But here's the thing. Pluto knocks it out of the park because it handles the subject matter with such depth and tact. It's clear
Dude,
that it's
Pluto's
written by
so
someone with
fucking
genuine
good.
feelings
Keith
and thoughts
David!
that they want.
Keith motherfucking David! Let me show you the scene that sold me on Pluto. It's so fucking good. Hold on. Pluto... Dr. Tenma. I once created a robot that was perfect in every way. This is my favorite scene from the show.
Wasting my AI on such a thing is like casting pearls before swine. Any robot functioning under the aegis of my work, they would be more noble, be more complete, as it were.
Were it so easy.
Want to hear the truth? I once created a robot that was perfect in every way. A private citizen hired me to make it. I told them the cost would be astronomical, but they didn't blink at that. That's the thing about the AI of the world's most advanced robots, including Adam. Yes, their programming is sublimely complex, but there are limits to what all it can achieve. Any idea what I did to leap over that particular hurdle? I programmed 9.9 billion distinct personalities into that AI, the same number as there are people in this world. To put it plainly, I inputted every single option and possibility into that robot's artificial intelligence. A brilliant, audacious idea. That robot had the potential to be anything. It could be a scholar, a misanthrope, a coward, a hard worker, or maybe a genius or a dashing hero type. Or it could be capable of murder. And what do you think became of that robot? Nothing. It never woke up. No, it would be more accurate to say it refused to wake up. It was too complicated. It would take an eternity to simulate 9.9 billion personalities and then choose one. That said, I knew how to expedite the process. All I had to do was simplify the chaos of the billions of options before it.
How exactly?
Break its sense of equilibrium with anger and sorrow and hate. Infuse its consciousness with emotional imbalance.
You would fill it full of suffering?
Yes, that sort of pain helps cure the paralysis of choice and lets the AI evolve.
But if you were to carry it out...
What do you mean, if? I'm telling you this story in the past
Whatever
tense.
happened to that robot you made?
No idea. Hidden away, if I had to guess. Trapped in its dream of endless options.
So yeah, you should watch Pluto. It's got Keith David in it, and it's fucking great, man. I once created a robot that was perfect in every way. God, I fucking love Keith David. I feel like I made that very clear.
Want to express about the topic they're handling, and uses that to build on its world and its characters to tell
Do you
a
like
story that
robots?
transcends
You should
the subject
definitely
matter
watch
can
Pluto.
to something that feels timeless and something worth being held up next to its source material. If you take
I once
anything
created a
from
Mewtube
here,
that was
it's
perfect
to
in every
go
way.
watch or read Pluto.
Yes,
It's
thank you.
fantastic,
Thank
and it
you.
shows how this sort of real world.
Oh yeah,
commentary
Bato's in it too.
can
That
be
character's
handled
just
in
the same
adaptation.
voice actor.
Because sadly, it's still fucking relevant today.
Yeah.
So yes, it is totally valid to take inspiration from the real world
old
to
house
develop
did
your fictional
nothing.
world and inject some real emotion into it, even if it's an adaptation. The problem is that when you take this sort of approach, it actually has to work within the framework of your story. With Pluto, it takes an arc of Astro Boy, the greatest robot on Earth arc, a story that's all about looking past humanity's innate desire to be
Yo,
the strongest,
Sonico, good to see you, man. Thanks for the sub.
and those we might have
Well,
viewed as
I think you
enemies,
refused to watch
and makes an
something.
easy parallel to modern day conflict. In Devil May Cry's case, I'd say the War on Terror allegory fits as well into DMC as toothpaste does in my morning orange juice. It becomes
Wait, you're not supposed
impossible
to
for
put
me
toothpaste in
feel
your
for
orange
the
juice?
plight of the downtrodden demons when the scene then smash cuts to Dante and Lady making 43 more orphans for them to shelter while Papa Roach blares in the background. The messaging just isn't.
Also, it's really
coherent
boring
if
how
you're
all
going to
all the
drag this
demons
sort
have
of
red blood.
real-world
Because in
parallel into
in like 3, for
Because, alright,
instance, some of the demons
demons aren't all
bleed
evil.
sand, some of them bleed
Demons are
blood,
just
some
as
of them bleed
susceptible to
water.
being oppressed.
And 4,
sure.
a bunch of the
I
demons
can
bleed
go along with
bugs.
that. That's not that far of a reach for this
Oh
series.
no. It's an
Mundus
aesthetic
has always
thing.
been presented as this evil tyrant ruling over the underworld, so maybe Sparta isn't the only one to have issue with those working conditions at some point. But then, for the sake of making that point, we have Mary acting as a racist armed soldier, gunning down waves of unarmed demons fleeing into the human world. A bad look, as the kids online say. And this ends up being the backbone of her entire arc as a character, where she
Okay.
realizes, hey, maybe being racist and jumping to negative stereotypes is bad. These demons I keep killing on sight just want to live their lives just like us humans. Maybe I'm continuing a cycle of violence that needs to stop. But then in the finale, when White Rabbit finally gains the power of Sparta and takes down the barrier between the demon and
Let 'em
human
cook.
worlds, demons immediately start invading and killing humans.
What did they mean by this?
The government doesn't know and starts bombing hell. So
what did Adi
are we
Shankar
supposed
mean
to
by
sympathize
this?
with the demons or not? Which are the good ones and which are the bad?
Are you one of the good
I'm
ones?
being told not to judge
Oh,
a book by its
jeez.
cover, but what about when they start rampaging through New York and confirming those fears? Do I have to carry a guidebook to know which ones I should be profiling?
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. My lawyer has informed me that what I'm suggesting may or may not be a hate crime.
It's funny.
That's also the point here. I don't think it was ever the intention,
jeez.
but this implies a message of, well, this is why we can't open the borders to save the good refugees, because then all the bad ones are gonna come in and kill everyone. Which is a pretty shitty message to end on when the whole series leading up to that point is we
They're not
should be
sending their
sympathetic to those
best.
in need,
Ah, Jesus.
even if they might look different from us. It's incredibly difficult to separate
Uh-oh.
those two messages.
Uh-oh.
You see, this is a thematic case of wanting to have
Oh, that's
your
great.
cake and
Like a
eat it
grunt.
too. The writing seeks to humanize the demons that are constantly being portrayed as monstrous, going for the idea that maybe they aren't so bad.
I need to make
talk
grunt
to
seep.
them,
I've been thinking about
but
that.
then still needs demons to be the villains throughout the entire
Oh, there's the
series.
Cleaner Anne.
Creating this confused
God, these demon
mess
designs
where
suck.
I have no idea what it's trying to say by the end. But the real issue
Like
with
dang it,
all
Grandpa.
of this is
Yeah.
the question, what does this add? It's not as if one would build their story around all this imagery and allegory by accident. You don't have a sequence of the American government bombing hell, including montages of soldiers posing for photos with dead demon civilians, who are literally wearing turbans, by the way.
I don't know, I don't wanna get my neck
if
snapped.
you don't think you're making a point. To what possible end do you include this? I'm more than happy to expand on DMC's thematic depth, but I just don't see what
It's
this
not-
adds
it's
to
not
its
here,
world
though.
or characters, other than a tortured attempt at trying to be edgy. If you want to do the cliched humans are the real monsters metaphor, fine. Devil May Cry is frequently touched
Yeah,
on the idea
most of the
that
villains are
humans
humans.
just as capable of doing
Arkham,
horrific acts for their pursuits
fucking-
as demons are. And on that same front, demons have just as much potential for empathy and care.
Mhm.
It's literally in the name.
Yes.
Devil May Cry. That's the entire emotional conclusion to DMC 3. So I don't think we need the terrorism allegory to deliver that message.
I don't think we need the terrorist arc in Devil May
To
Cry.
be perfectly
Hot
blunt about
take.
it, this is a teenager's idea of political comedy.
Yes, it's very
On the
DMC
same
Devil May
level as
Cry.
the War of the Worlds remake starring Ice Cube that just came out.
I know people would rather have someone watch them and blow them up.
That's the choice? Give up our privacy or death?
Yep.
There's no actual
Yeah.
depth or meaning in referencing the American War on Terror, it's just an easy political theme that everyone can agree on. I don't think you'll find a rational being who still believes America's war in the Middle East was ever a good idea, then or now. But
well, I don't know. I'm sorry. I know.
Other than, well, that was bad. To quote Lindsay Ellis in their video about the movie Bright, the world this series reaches for is edgy and topical, but is just lazy and careless. It all reads as incredibly juvenile.
I just want to point out how surreal it is that hot girl from Channel Awesome who gets hit in the face with hot dogs gets quoted so often in videos that I watch. Like, I think it's really funny that, like, Lindsay Ellis gets quoted so often where I'm like, wait, what was it? Who was Lindsay Ellis again? Oh, right, she was that nostalgia critic character. Right. Okay. I watched a few of her videos and liked them. I really liked her video on Wicked, but I just think it's really funny that that's her origin.
Writing that thinks it's smarter than it is. One of the things
it's very DMC Devil May Cry
is that it's so sincerely corny about itself. Half the time, these characters are lame goofballs.
Mm-hmm.
But then, when Dante does something like destroying an ancient monolith with a 1-inch punch, or using demonic motorbike buzzsaws to mow down a wave of demons, it's rad as fuck. There's a genuineness about what it's bringing to the table.
It's got heart.
It does things because it thinks they're cool. Not like they're trying to sell you on it being cool. But in the show's case, what we get is something that's trying too desperately to be this cool, edgy, thought-provoking spin on the material that it ends up feeling too try-hard as a result. Dare I say, DMC Devil May Cry, the 2013 reboot,
did it better.
Handled the concept of edgy DMC better.
I don't know my mother, but if you're calling me a son of a bitch, you wouldn't be the first.
Okay, not by much, but you get the point.
I should have known you were human from the start. Your brand of pure psychotic ruthlessness, that's all humanity.
I don't know. I just had higher expectations.
Okay, lady. Okay. Hold on. All is forgiven if in the next season, Lady's horribly racist against humans is instead fighting for hell.
Left stunned at what we got. I'm
kidding.
Mad.
Don't do that.
I'm baffled at the end result. Why make it this
right?
way? Not to sound too much like your dad, but it's just disappointingly mediocre considering how much was given to it.
Mm-hmm.
And now marketing has started for the second season,
and I
can't muster an ounce of interest, regardless of how much Virgil they dangle in front of me. That's probably the most damning thing I can say.
That was
I
fine.
am being promised more Virgil Devil May Cry, and I do not care. How do you fuck that up?
The Sapients and their armies, unaware of the storm they ride into. I am that storm.
Don't even get me started on that. All this just leaves me thinking back
to
that quote.
This whole video is about you getting started on that. You're making a 2-hour-long video.
The one where he said he wanted to do this so the jabronis in Hollywood don't fuck this up
Sorry,
too.
Nancy. You have fun.
Because now that we have the end product in front of us,
it's good to have
I'm
quality time with your dad.
I'm confused at what he meant by this. Quite
frankly, I was gonna say it's good to spend time with your dad. I miss my dad.
Hollywood-style mangling of an IP than this. Needless rewrites and changes, forced dialogue, a misunderstanding of the source material that disregards everything beyond surface-level references, a mangled metaphor to real-world issues that doesn't say anything. Like, I'm just bewildered. What happened here? How could this come out of the same people who made the Castlevania series? Well, that's the thing. They didn't. Oh, there's my lead.
Tell everyone this is it because the other person who's receiving that information.
Reminder, if you're not a writer, if you're not a director, if you're not an artist, if you're not someone who actually does something with a series, then you do nothing. So if you're a producer, the name producer should be a red flag.
And then they
always
think that you're an expert in that.
If I'm right, and nerd culture has become the dominant culture, then you can consider us the counterculture.
Now, in 2025, Adi Shankar has become something of a controversial figure in American animation and fan culture. While he's an acclaimed producer of beloved franchises and films, he's also notorious for, let's say, the questionable ways he engages with fans on social media and the particular ways he presents himself.
The whole piece just wouldn't work together. My phone's going off. John Frank Rosenblum.
Who's that?
He lives in West Hollywood. I could give you his number.
That'd be great. I am actually looking for a little something different in my life these days, if you know what I mean.
Yes, dear?
Jews.
I don't want to wear
There's always
pants.
this underlying sentiment from
Alright, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta take Vaya to work. I started late. We're gonna listen to a different song. We've listened to the Miku Kanye song like 5 times. Once my browser unfreezes. We'll listen to this song by Gumby. Before we go, I gotta take some medicine, hon. I mean, that's pretty on... I'll be honest, Pansy, if you just described the plot of Devil May Cry 4. I'll be right back.
I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. You wanna go walk see with itty bitty waist and a round thing in your face, you get sprung. Wanna pull up front 'cause you notice that butt was stuck. Beef and the jeans she's wearing. I'm hooked and I can't. Brave,
direct your attention to the...
Come on!
Hey, crank up the volume and wake up the neighbors. Are you hearing this or what? Is your heart pounding with the beat? Am I getting through to you? Show me what you got. I'm counting on y'all.
It's a brand new day in Tokyoto. Headlining the news is the recent statement from Goji Rokaku on the graffiti gangs plaguing the city. Quote, "My Rokaku forces are on patrol in all major metropolitan areas to make sure these terrorists are behind bars where they belong."
your music.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. 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 I got a new flavor coffee, I got an old flavor rap. Equip the A1 tones to make you cool kids relax. We boys hounding for the sounds. 2015, my bank account was nowhere to be found. Look at me now, hardcore composer, full to the floor, spinning glitter in sunny shores. Worry never no more, promoters score off me. Lab rats want the cheese, flip your expectations with ease. Oh please, you say you're making big moves, adjust my aim by degrees. I see you breaking the rules before you know what they be. I'll see you taking for rides while I am giving the keys. Because success loves to hide, but failure wants to be seen. But I won't give it the pleasure, I'm rising measure by measure. I'm making money by minutes, but keeping grip on my tether. I'm whipping the competition, collecting more hearts than Castlevania. Hit me to catch the jet set mania. If you feel it in your record sound, something, say something. Bring it a little closer now. Something, say something. Hard warm with the cold style. Something, say something. Transform, then we roll out. Something, say something. When you see me in the streets, say something, say something. If you let the fresh beats pay something, pay something. New ideas each and every day. Something, pay something. I know they're gonna say something about how I'm rapping again. Most to grab my album don't know how I be grabbing the pen. I come and stab them again, they can't get mad at the kid. Just go look at what I did, but back the grind in your skid. It's just a biz, money talks, I only listen when I spend. Just to live, then I go and make it all back again. With millennial friends, celebrate the last day. Raise hell and grab praise through a love drunk haze. I feel I'm falling, but the music props me up in ways. Haters calling, but the lovers lock it up. I just sway and sashay to the time. And the beat in perfect lines, please correcting my spine. This is the only divine, I'll take my time. If you feel it in your record sound, something, say something. Bring it a little closer now. Something, say something. Hard warm with the cold style. Something, say something. Transform, then we roll out. Something, say something. When you see me in the streets, say something, say something. If you let the fresh beats pay something, pay something. New ideas each and every day. Something, pay something. Sometimes, actually a lot of times, actually never, people come up to me on the street and they say, hey, that guy raps. And I'm like, yeah, I am. And they ask, hey, can you freestyle something for me real quick? You know, just real quick to prove your worth as a human being and as an artist. And I'm like, no, I can't actually, but I can dramatically arrange 7 to 10 layers of mouth sounds to make an entire instrumental. I can do that. I have a very talented mouth, and I can do it on my phone right now. And would you like me to do that? And they say, no. And I walk away.
How are we doing, guys? Alrighty, guys, back to it. Hello, everyone. Hello. I'm in pain. Hope you're doing well.
Many of... Well, he did make Castlevania, though. Yeah, I might not like his personality, but you can't deny that he makes good stuff. That was the prevailing selling point for Shankar helming this Devil May Cry anime. That he made Castlevania, which many liked, so clearly it had the potential to be just as good. However, something that often gets overlooked in all the conversations about Adi Shankar's work is the question of what he actually did. Going by the wording of articles, press junkets, and reviews, you'd be forgiven for thinking that Castlevania was born fully formed from the forehead of Shankar, like Zeus giving birth to Athena.
I couldn't help but wonder, who would make such a thing? So I found him. The edgiest anime creator in LA. They call him the Quentin Tarantino of digital age.
Adi Shankar is a Hollywood producer who is the go-to guy for adaptations of video game series, including Netflix shows like Castlevania, Captain Laserhawk, and the upcoming Devil May Cry show.
Everything you could either love or hate about the series was always attributed to this producer, to the point that some have started attributing him as the creator of Castlevania, ignoring the fact that he's not.
He's
like,
not?
The opening
Yeah.
credits literally say otherwise. And unfortunately, this is a rather common dilemma in the entertainment industry. Things like people mistaking a James Gunn produced film as a James Gunn film, or A Nightmare Before Christmas frequently being touted as a Tim Burton film, while the hard work of the actual director and stop-motion animator Henry Selick is entirely forgotten.
Damn.
The work of whole production teams being boiled down to a single producer as a marketing gimmick.
From the imagination of Tim Burton comes The Nightmare Before Christmas.
But you know, now that I think about it, what does a producer do? You see the title thrown around a lot in creative spheres, but rarely is it ever defined. We all just go, oh yeah, producer. They produce.
What does a producer do? Yeah, that's a good question.
Script, you need a producer.
Make me a producer.
No, you're an associate producer at best.
Actually, why don't we have Addy explain his job for us?
Addy, what does a producer do?
That's
Without
a good question.
saying produces stuff.
The long convoluted answer here is job titles in Hollywood have stayed the same for decades, for generations,
Okay.
but technology has caused like the jobs to fundamentally change, right? And then also
Why was my phone on silent? You haven't missed nothing, don't worry.
Business apparatus that governs.
I was gonna say, I wanted to tell you,
the Hollywood
you should watch
ecosystem has
Pluto
also
with your dad
shifted, right?
instead
So,
of
like,
Devil May Cry Season 2.
Things change.
He'll like it better because it's
depending
good.
on the genre. So like what a writer does in a comedy, as an example, is very different than what a writer does in an action movie versus like a period drama, for instance. Especially after digital technology became a thing, comedies. So really, like when you look at like the entertainment ecosystem at large.
So what does he do?
It doesn't all work in one way, and then it's all been further complicated by streaming. So I'm gonna like pivot this to my new show that's just out. Which is why
I'm happy to talk about your show, but I find it interesting that I understood and comprehended everything you've said, yet I know nothing about what a producer does.
Huh. Okay, let's boil down that explanation to something comprehensible. To Shankar's credit, the title of producer is extremely flexible in the entertainment industry, in a way that makes it difficult to clearly articulate.
A producer is the guy that tells the artist what to do, and later makes all the changes. And then, when the cartoon's done, he takes all the credit.
Okay, it's a little bit more complicated than that. You see, unlike positions such as director or writer, where it's clear what the person's involvement and responsibilities would have been within that role, a producer title can be a bit vague, while also encompassing a wide range of potential roles. Broad strokes, the capital P producer is meant to be the manager of the entire production.
They're the
There's
boss.
someone who got the rights to a spec script or franchise, then goes on to hire the director, scriptwriters, and every other key member of the film crew, while overseeing basically every single aspect of the project, from location scouting to distribution. They're the head honcho of the entire thing, and typically have the final say on any creative decision. Where directors are seen as the creative driving force on set, producers are the logistical side of the equation that keep everything running smoothly. This is one of the reasons why prolific directors will also become producers on their films, because then they have a much bigger say on the final product. But then there are the producers who are more on the financial side of the production, making sure the project stays on track and securing financing from outside sources to make sure it doesn't run out of money, while leaving all the creative work to the director and crew. These are known as executive producers. When you see that title, it typically means they put money into the film or act as middlemen for the studio that is financing the production. And then, sometimes, producer is just a vanity credit.
She also gets a producer credit?
What?
Oh, it's just a vanity credit limit, a low-cost way to make someone feel more important, like executive producer Ashton Kutcher or Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
It's a well-known industry secret that producer roles can and will be used as a bargaining chip, used as a way to toss someone an easy credit for a favor they did, or give the production an added bit of prestige by attaching someone like Steven Spielberg to the project, typically with the goal of enticing studios to invest more money because a bigger name has signed off on it. This is why you'll sometimes see productions with more than 10 producers and executive producers listed in the credits. The title of producer doesn't always require
so it doesn't
being
mean
heavily
anything.
involved in the actual creative process going on as part of the job description.
What's an associate producer credit?
It's what you give to your secretary instead of a raise.
And you might be asking at this point, well, if the role is so nebulous and thrown around so easily, what value does the title have?
None.
And you wouldn't be the first to ask that. This has been a known issue in the film and television industry for at least the past few decades, as credits for producers started to get noticeably more bloated.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Oh my god.
This continued culture has resulted in a situation where now producers are both paradoxically so important to a film or TV show's production that their involvement can be used as a marketing tool to tell audiences to be excited about future projects, while also being used as a commonly understood joke to describe stuffy suits that don't actually do anything. I mean, if you have 10, 20 people all listed under effectively the same vague, homogenous credit, but not sharing the workload, what does it mean to have that title? It becomes meaningless, a gold star to be gifted out to people, which sucks for the ones who actually put in the work and deserve to be acknowledged for it. Being a real producer genuinely requires a lot of work and shouldn't be treated as a vanity credit for the sake of it. And you know who agrees with me? The Producers Guild of America. Beginning in 2012, the Producers Guild of America started cracking down on the producer bloat issue by...
This is really boring, this part of the video, huh? We're just waiting for more Devil May Cry stuff,
the
but...
Producer's Mark, a PGA acronym at the end of a producer's name on a film, which requires the person to have done a majority of a producer's functions on a production. Granted, it's not a perfect system since it requires an audit from the guild and you have to specifically request it, so you definitely won't find it with every movie, but if you see PGA in a credit sequence, you know that person was the producer who oversaw the entire film's production, and not someone who made a phone call. Just a fun little factoid I found out while researching this whole thing. And that, in summary of this brief Film 101 class, is what a producer is. There are also some nuances between the differences of film producers and TV show producers in regards to logistics and other responsibilities, which I think only further goes to highlight how the term producers has practically lost...
Yeah, like producer in terms of a television show, I think of like Mandalorian, where like every episode had a different fucking director and writer, but like it still feels cohesive as a whole. Same thing with Mandalorian Season 2. Season 3, not so much, and that's one of the things you noticed. This is actually pretty interesting to me. You know, me too, but I feel like I'm boring everyone else to tears. Like, I didn't actually know all this shit.
Any and all meaning across
I'm in video class,
because
nice.
of how muddled it's become. And that's before
so there are real
music
producers and
walk
fake
into the
producers.
conversation, and I put a tasty shotgun barrel in my mouth. So why bring all this up? why all this work to explain what a producer
Yes,
does?
it's very important.
Well, let's start by circling back to Castlevania and Addy's role in its success.
The Castle of
What
Bavania.
kind of producer was Addy? Well, from what we've been told, he came into the role when the project had entered a hiatus and helped revive it with Netflix. But the production had already come along quite a bit beforehand. Frederator Studio started work on the series
Oh, hell
in
yeah, Frederator.
2007
Like
when
those
they
guys.
obtained the rights to
They
the
make a good thing.
Castlevania franchise from Konami to make an animated direct-to-video movie, and hired famous, now infamous, comic book writer Warren Ellis to pen the script. And before we go on, I want to make it clear for everything I'm going to say going forward, this does not exonerate Ellis for his own wrongdoings. He also sucks, but that's a topic for a different
What did he
video.
do? Let's find out.
Anyway, Ellis would then work with Frederator's Kevin Cole as producer to flesh out the tone and
Oh, it's the
structure
Moon Knight
of
author.
this
Okay, what did he do
Castlevania
though?
movie. Eventually, it was decided to focus the story on a cast of
Oh, he wrote
Dracula,
Transmetropolitan?
Trevor Belmont, Sypha, and Alucard. Based on all accounts,
Oh, he was a fuck
everything
freak.
that
He
would
was
be
a
the
sex
first
pe-
2 seasons of Castlevania were done at this stage.
He was a creepo.
With very minimal changes going forward.
Infamous,
But
yeah.
after a year of work, the project stalled out in development hell for about 7 years after the direct-to-video market died with the rise of streaming, and they couldn't find a proper distributor for the thing. This is also when the timeline gets extra fuzzy with different accounts from different sources, so it's hard to credit the right people. But basically, after multiple failed attempts to revive the project, in 2015, some combination of Frederator Studio, Powerhouse Animation Studios, and or Adi Shankar was able to strike a deal with Netflix, agreeing to adapt Ellis's existing scripts into a 2-season series. It took a lot of people to get this series off the ground. By the time Castlevania finally aired in 2017, between Netflix, Frederator, and Powerhouse, Castlevania had a total of 8 producers and executive producers credited,
I'll be right back.
along with various line producers at Mua Film to manage the day-to-day in-between animation work. Not uncommon for a large animated series like this. So, with that in mind, why was Addy singled out as the most important cook in the proverbial kitchen? This massive collaborative effort between multiple studios, and a lot of that collaborative effort being
What'd I
done
miss?
long before he ever was involved, and yet he's the one whose name is consistently written on the marquee. And the answer is, I don't know. I've seen people credit him as everything from creator, showrunner, producer, and writer, but nothing I'm finding adequately reflects that.
Was it true that you guys were going to make it into a film too? I heard
No.
that somewhere. No? So
No, I was approached to do a live-action Castlevania film in 2012.
Oh, okay.
Which I walked from.
Now, am I implying that Shankar didn't earn their working credit on Castlevania? No, that wouldn't be fair. I wasn't there. I didn't work on it. I'm not privy to that level of production information. Most I have is a list of Google searches that I'm rummaging through like a starved raccoon. Maybe he was the creative genius who made Castlevania into the mega hit it came out to be, saving it from endlessly rotting in development hell.
We're finally getting a new
However,
Castlevania game.
The people who did work on the show seem to tell a bit of a different story.
Not to vague tweet, but man, I am sick and tired of our art and hard work being exploited to promote someone who had little to do with it.
That's coming from Powerhouse Animation Studios' Sam Dietz, one of the 2 leading directors of Castlevania, and someone whose name is littered across the credits, from directing, storyboarding, animation cleanup, and character design. This guy was deeply involved in Castlevania's creation. And while Dietz never outright says anyone by name in this post, it's not exactly hard to deduce who he might be referring to here, as this was
New
posted
game
at the
looks sick.
same time Netflix had started putting out promotional material for the Devil May Cry series, which was using Shankar's supposed work on Castlevania as a selling point. And if it wasn't already clear that Dietz had an issue with Shankar, on the day that Devil May Cry released on Netflix, he had this to say.
Gonna take a little break from Twitter while a certain annoyance that shall not be named runs its course here. Give Castlevania Nocturne a watch this weekend if you're able. And remember, support artists, fuck AI, and fuck fascists and those who cozy up to them for power.
I'd say that's a
Nocturne's
pretty
weak.
transparent shot at his former producer. Namely because that little note at the end about fuck fascists and those who cozy up to them, but we're going to put that to the side for a moment. Also, the reason I said former there is because...
What happened with Nocturne, though? That's what I like. It's like, okay, but you're the guy who made Nocturne, which wasn't good, so...
Castlevania, the rest of the key producers
What
of the
happened?
series went off and made a separate spin-off series, Castlevania Nocturne. This
not
was
good.
most likely a way to distance themselves from having to credit Warren Ellis as a creator after his own scandals were brought to light, and in the process, they also ended up completely icing Addy out of the project. When Shankar eventually found out, he went on to sue the other producers for breach of contract to have his name attached.
But, like, the sexual harasser made the story good. like, that's so sad. Like, we're ditching these problematic people to make a worse show.
The series as an executive producer, even though he didn't have any creative involvement on the series since season 2 after a rather public falling out with Ellis.
You know, fortunately, we have an amazing screenwriter in Warren Ellis, and our scripts are always dope because of Warren.
And continued to not be involved with Nocturne after the other producers gave in to the
Yeah,
pressure
Nocturne's
of the
ass,
lawsuit
man.
and put
It's
his
not very
name in the
good.
credits. All so that he could label the show as season 5 when he put the trailer on his YouTube channel to maintain the illusion that it's still his show, despite the fact it's a separate spin-off series.
It's not very
What do you
good
know
either.
about this next kind of installment of Nocturne, and what is there something exciting that you can tease for us as fans about what's coming down the pike there?
Nope.
That would be me, by the way. I would be that guy even if I had information, because fuck these kinds of shows. I hate these fucking things. Fucking commercial shows,
Good
man.
tease. No, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can say other than, yeah, Castlevania Nocturne is on Netflix.
Could you imagine if that was the
Okay,
kind of
that's
streamer I
right.
was, where I was like, oh boy, guys, are we excited for the next thing coming
Really
out?
good at dodging questions.
Obviously, a lot of this speculation, as I have no first-hand accounts of what specifically happened behind closed doors and the supposed oral agreements between parties, but, and I could be wrong here, if the entire production staff is willing to go off and make their own series separate from this one producer, seemingly without his involvement or knowledge until after Netflix has already announced the show is being made, that implies to me that said producer wasn't exactly a vital cog in this machine and probably wasn't around all that much. And again, this isn't just something I'm pulling from thin air, as the other director on Castlevania, Adam Dietz, has said that Shankar hasn't been involved with the series production for, quote, many, many years. So yeah, Addy probably isn't all he's cracked up to be. Castlevania wasn't
Who's the
exactly
fucking writer
the
of
vision Mr.
Nocturne?
Shankar like we were led to believe. Okay, we can all go home now? Fuck.
Reddit. Oh god.
All
What did
right,
Clive Bradley
now,
make?
when I originally started writing this video, I just wanted to investigate Shankar's work before DMC as a standard part of my research for the topic. Why
Nothing.
was
He
so
made
much weight
nothing.
put into this one producer and their
Made a bunch of
supposed
movies I've never
crusade
fucking
against
heard of.
Hollywood? And I was initially content just leaving off on this guy might not have been everything we were sold on in relation to Castlevania.
Can we get an
But
Infamous
then I
show?
started
That'd be
digging around
cool.
A bit
I like
more to
Infamous.
fact check details, cite sources, and things just weren't adding up. Somehow, the more I heard Addy speak on his work, the less
more I
things
wanted
made
him to
sense.
shut the fuck up.
I had this career making films. Some of them ended up in theaters, some of them did very well.
When you take a step back and look at the totality of his career, Shankar has had a meteoric rise as a producer, at least for someone his age and experience level when he started. I mean, he's the youngest producer to ever have a #1 film at the box office.
Man, when I read your credit, the youngest producer to have a #1 film, how does that feel?
It doesn't really.
It means suffering every day.
This has resulted in numerous articles, puff pieces, and interviews about how Addy's coming to revolutionize Western animation and the entertainment industry as a whole. Yet, I can't confidently say what his actual accolades are for. To be more specific, what exactly has Addy Shankar done?
So
The Wilderness.
How many days are you spending on a set like this? I mean,
that was tough. It wasn't,
just long hours?
Yeah, long hours.
Believe me when I tell you that I've gone through countless hours of interviews and podcast appearances with Addy, and the moment someone broaches the topic of what he does as a producer, what it was like to be on set for these major films he was involved in, or just how he got involved with Castlevania, he gets really squirrely about giving a comprehensible answer.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about what it means to you to be a producer?
I really think all job titles should be thrown out the window and kind of redefined, renamed.
That sounds like somebody who doesn't do anything.
Been reestablished, right? Because we've handed down these jobs, so titles should be.
Somehow he
Spoken
always
like
ends
someone
up
who doesn't
pivoting
do
the
anything.
conversation to talking about his fan films or throwing out buzzwords about the paradigm shift happening in the cultural zeitgeist, or go
What did
off
you
on
do
a
today at
tangent
work?
about some unrelated memory he has when he ran into another producer out at lunch.
But with the Netflix's Castlevania show, I had read that it was in development hell for a few years before you came on. What kinds of things did you do, like at the outset, to kind of get things on track?
Kind of came out of nowhere, and I remember I was eating breakfast somewhere close to where I live, and I look up, and one of my favorite Netflix executives, actually my favorite Netflix executive, was sitting right next to him, and he's like, "Addy, your trailer, like what? That those numbers are insane."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, cool, okay."
Yeah.
But what did you do? What did you
And look,
actually do?
I have my ADD moments when talking to people where my mind wanders, and sorry, could you repeat that? But given how consistently I've noticed this behavior with Addy on these topics in particular, I got the feeling it's something else. A lot of what I covered in the last 15 minutes is just me looking for answers myself because I was never getting them from Addy. Seriously, you cannot understand how infuriating it is watching these topics come up, and every time he somehow derails the conversation
squirms around
to
it, yeah.
anything but the topic at hand.
Red and The Gray and Lone Survivor. So looking at those,
The Gray's
then,
good. It's a good movie.
I'm personally am just curious too. What was your actual involvement with Castlevania?
See, at the end of the day, here's my opinion on the matter. If your name is attached to something good, then I will keep an eye on you. If your name is attached to crap, I will not. Like, it's not my responsibility to know the inner workings of how your thing works. For example, I love Hereditary. I love Midsommar. These are great movies. And so the director of these movies, went and made a third film called Beau is Afraid, which was supposed to be another horror comedy in the vein of Hereditary, or in the vein of Midsommar. It's fucking trash. It's a shit movie. It's 3 hours of misery, and I never want to see it again. And so now whenever I see this guy's name, I don't give a fuck what he releases, because as far as I'm concerned, he is the creator of Beau is Afraid. Now if I hear from people who hate Beau is Afraid but love Hereditary and Midsommar that his new movie's really good, then I'll pay attention. Otherwise, I put him out of my mind. And that's kind of how I operate. Adi Shankar, he was on these good movies. He was on this really cool Dread fan animation I like. He was on Castlevania. So I was excited for... And he's off the bad season of Castlevania. So I was really looking forward to Devil May Cry, but then he made it. And his name's attached to it, so I don't care. I don't give a fuck about anything he makes going forward. And there's other people I can dedicate my time to.
What, like, did you help get it going?
I don't really care about what's going on
what
the
did you
inside.
do?
Castlevania was interesting because I mean, I would argue those are not the four things that I'm most known for, right? I think maybe that's some weird internet algorithm that's like putting
Totally could agree with that one.
right,
Yeah.
right, because I don't think anyone on this planet associates me with Lone Survivor.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
That's
Castlevania.
still a problem with the algorithm, right?
I'm
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
Problem with the algorithm. Yeah, and honestly, that Power Rangers short film.
Mm-hmm. How did you get involved? We'll go broad. How did you get involved with Castlevania? Because bringing it back to that and horror and
Right.
and then and kind of
It's the fucking dork. This is like the fucking nerd crew from RLM. Like, I fucking hate these kinds
building
of podcasts.
upon everything we've talked about. Is there an appeal?
Nothing
to
against these
working on
people.
a
They're just
Netflix
doing
show
their job.
versus a
I just
regular
dislike the
show?
podcast.
And then now with season 2, you have 8 episodes versus only the 3 from season 1.
Four.
I'm reading these comments, by the way. They're like really interesting.
This motherfucker, he is... Oh my god, he's deflecting.
My mind. And that's when I found a kindred spirit. In my research, I found one interview from 2017 with Shankar from an internet news site called Bleeding Cool, where the writer was having the exact same problem I was running into, getting a clear answer out of Addie. According to the writer, Madeline Risciuto, she was contacted by Shankar's PR people after she had written about the announcement of Netflix's new Castlevania series. They wanted to set up an interview call with Addie to give a couple of quotes from
changing the
about
name of the
show,
stream.
while also requesting that she put Addie's name into the headline of their previous article about said announcement. So right off the bat, a weird starting point, but then the actual interview happens, and you can just feel the frustration radiating off this article as the writer tries to get anything interesting out of the call. After asking the simple question of, how did you get involved in this project? Shankar goes on to praise the other producer of the series, our old friend Kevin Cold, saying that he did 90% of the work because he was the gamer on the production team. I'm sure this was meant to come off as a self-deprecating joke, but at this point in the story, it feels a lot more like a self-report. And then, as Risciuto starts to ask for more elaborations on the Castlevania show, the intended topic of conversation, Shankar ends up spending the rest of the call talking about other adaptations.
Like, is he
and
on
then
cocaine?
Pro wrestling? He goes into a long-winded rant about the virtues of pro wrestling as a storytelling medium, even though Risciuto has zero interest in wrestling, is not writing about wrestling, and never asked about it. He was adamant about not addressing the actual subject of the interview.
Dude, you just came back from the shower. Nothing has happened. He's trying basically him trying, this is at the point, Foxgate is trying to fucking find out what did Adi Shankar actually do when it came to Devil May Cry. And so now we are way further into the video and he still doesn't know. And Adi Shankar has fucking dodged it every time. This dude's a fucking con man.
In an attempt to redirect the conversation back to his work, Risciuto then asked Addie if any of these observations ever applied to his work as a producer, to which he responded,
"Most of the lessons I've learned come from pro wrestling, but no, I don't think it's influenced much of my work."
Which, one, I feel is a contradictory statement in itself, but two, that's when it clicked for me. That's where I recognize this behavior from. He doesn't carry himself like a producer with a vision. He carries himself like a fast-talking wrestler trying to cut a promo.
Yeah, he's playing a character.
Sell themselves, sell their gimmick. The more I started to dig into it, the more that facade was beginning to chip away in front of me.
I guess this goes back to what you said right off the bat, which is about the perception of you as like the video game adaptation guru is kind of a fiction, but it's an important fiction for your career, that people believe that about you.
Yeah. But maybe I was making something out of nothing. Some creatives just have a lot of personality. Not everyone does great interviews. Addie might just be an ideas guy as a producer and is talented at getting the right team together to bring that vision to light. That is a skill in itself as a producer. I was looking for any rationale I might not have fully considered here. Personally, I'm not someone who likes to assume the worst based on very little evidence.
No shit, you're not. You are such a fucking annoyingly optimistic person. It pisses me off. It's like you lived on a fucking different planet all your life. Anyways, I'm gonna go grab some noodles.
Another interesting
Let me know what I
piece to
missed.
the whole puzzle.
Dread.
Not to get too internet sleuth on this, referencing anonymous and unsourced leads, but in my quest for answers, I found myself at the pinnacle of scholarly discussion, Reddit. Specifically on the
I'm a cute little drill tick.
Ask
Well,
Reddit
cool, you can
subreddit.
tell me what's going
This
on
is
when
where
I
found
get
a
back. I'm gonna go make some
submission
ramen.
asking people
I'm
who
hungry.
worked in Hollywood,
It's time for some
what's
raw
the most
men.
fucked up thing you've witnessed in the business? And scrolling through the replies amongst the stories of egotistical producers, disdainful executives, and awful working conditions, one user chose to make a direct statement by saying that they interned with Adi Shankar himself. The post then goes on to make some rather substantial claims, saying that Adi's involvement as a producer in Hollywood was never on the creative side as he liked to imply. His role was only ever in gap financing, where his production company would give projects that were nearly done the last bit of money they needed to finish by getting loans from the bank, and then attaching his name as producer without any actual involvement in the production. He would then reap the rewards by acting as if he were the sole creative force behind the project, all while allegedly using the power he gained through this to coerce women into relationships by promising them stardom with his influence over
That's
Hollywood.
good.
However, once
Still
the
takes a good
producers and
Pokemon. I'm
directors
back.
of said
What'd I
projects
miss?
caught wind of all this happening, they didn't take too kindly to it, and Shankar was effectively blacklisted from Hollywood as a result.
No
the
shit.
post ends by saying he continued to do more or less the same act with his fan film shorts on YouTube, having the directors put all the work and cost into the project, only to then put all the finished
And then
efforts
took
on
credit.
his YouTube channel to garner all the credit.
Well, I mean, honestly, I can't take too many shots like this because this stuff is expensive. Detention is expensive.
Can I
yeah, go ahead.
literally all.
Now, to be 1,000% clear here, I am not treating this as some smoking gun of wrongdoing. That this is
So here's the thing: if you're looking for a story, if you're looking for information, and you're not getting shit, and you're left with a big blank, and you hear a story that fills in that blank, and it's against the person you're investigating, fucking print it. Because if you're wrong, they can come and correct you and go, "Hey, look, I got this information here. This is what I've gathered. Why don't you come set the record straight? We'll get it fixed up for you." But until then, this is the story. Oh, okay. See, that's the kind of thing that doesn't shock me. And I have this conversation with Vale a whole bunch. She constantly gets into the States like, how can they treat women this way? And I go, honey, that's the reason they're famous. You don't become famous to... Like, these people don't become famous to not fuck over women. They don't sell their souls to not commit horrible acts of evil. It is easier for a person to get through the eye... What was it? It is easier for a rich man to get through the eye of a needle than to get into heaven. Fucking... Like, I'm not Christian. Words to live by. Just saying. Let me get the quote right here. It is easier for a camel to get past through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get into heaven. Matthew 19:24. Who is rich to enter the kingdom of God. Yeah. No, like, why do you think people get rich? Like, they want free pussy, or free dick, or free ass, or whatever. They don't want to have to work for the thing they have to usually work for. They don't want to treat people as people. They just want people as
Addy
is.
is a malevolent force in this industry that needs to be expunged immediately.
I do.
On any day, I would take this.
I would
post
like to
with a
expunge the
heavy,
industry, personally.
Heavy grain of salt, because anyone could make a claim like this and not need to back it up, especially when it comes to a well-known.
Like I said, make the claim, and if it's wrong, they can fucking correct it. It's like, hey, this is an anonymous source, this is what we heard, this is allegedly, here you go. Oh, is this wrong, Adi? Well, come correct it, motherfucker.
Public figure. It's easy to believe when it fits into the already existing negative sentiments you have about that person, but there...
You mean facts? Be right back. I want to make it, by the way, I want to make it very clear that if a journalist does what I'm saying, they will be fired and potentially sued. I also want to make it very clear, I don't give a fuck.
Post made by a throwaway account with
You want to make the world a better place, you got to make
But there was
sacrifices.
something that caught my attention about it. The time it was posted. You see, this post was made 10 years ago. This is before Devil May Cry. This is before Castlevania. This is before he made a name for himself at Netflix with wider audiences. At the time, Addy was mostly known on the internet for making an edgy Power Rangers fan film that went viral for a few months. Kind of an odd target.
I remember
for
that.
someone
It was
to make a
okay.
sweeping accusations on some Reddit post just to cause them trouble. Also, this specific time frame raised my eyebrow because this was around the time Shankar made his self-titled pivot away from Hollywood.
And I'm quitting. I'm done. I shut down everything. I was getting ready to leave Los Angeles, and I guess it didn't work out that way. But yeah, I'm routinely trying to get myself kicked out of the system.
Is it a coincidence that he just so happened to put down his producer role with big studios, never to return, Around the same time this post anonymously claims he was effectively blacklisted from the industry for habitually stealing credit for clout, something directors on future unrelated projects would also claim. I obviously can't say definitively, but it does fit into a pattern we're clearly starting to see here. I don't see any fire, but I'm smelling hints of mahogany in the air. And following that aroma, like a cartoon character smelling a pie on the windowsill, I found myself falling down another Adi Shankar-shaped rabbit hole. Because just as I was about to toss out this whole Reddit post as something meaningless and move on with my attempts to understand Shankar's career, a thought struck me. Before Netflix, before his gritty fan films, Adi didn't have that many producer credits to his name. So it wouldn't be that hard to investigate what movie productions this post might be referring to. The post even name checks
Still 40 minutes to go. Yeah, I'm gonna go a bit long this time. I was late,
Killing
so
Them
fuck
Softly,
it. Good
The
movie.
Grey,
Good movie.
and most notably 2012's Dredd.
Dredd's so fucking
a
peak.
film based on the 2080 comic strip Judge Dredd. That one in particular caught my
Pantseep
eye.
says nothing
because
is worth the
before
risk.
Anything he's known for now, any article about Adi Shankar's work referenced him as Dredd producer. That's what he was known as.
If a time traveler came and made me do it, I would lose any 2 movies. I don't give a shit. Except for Dredd, I would never lose Dredd. Because I feel like I have credibility because of Dredd.
He even made videos on his
Super
YouTube
Fiend
channel
is really
about
good.
his work on Dredd and how much of a passion project the film was for him.
Then the publicity for Dredd started kicking in, and Dredd really was my passion project. Literally, it's been my passion project since I was 7.
So again, I come to that all-important question, what did Adi Shankar do? Because when I went to the credits of those previously mentioned films, and you won't believe it, I didn't find him listed as the producer. Again, he was one of 10 to 18 producers and executive producers, and always listed near the bottom, specifically as an executive producer. Now, I don't want to speak definitively on the nature of film credits, since I'm not a Hollywood exec, so I very well could be wrong here, but traditionally, producer credits are ordered based on level of involvement and responsibility for the project, with those most involved being at the front. It's why you see Kevin Feige, the man who oversees the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, get the main producer billing right up front after the lead actors, followed by all the executive producers who invest in the film, ending with Stan Lee, who is listed as such due to clauses in his contract with Marvel. Besides his cameos, Stan Lee was never involved in movie production, so he goes last in the credits.
Are you Tony's stank?
And I bring this up because there was that one moment in that prior video on Adi's YouTube channel talking about Dredd that caught my ear.
And Dredd really was my passion project. Literally, it's been my passion project since I was 7.
The reason that got my attention was because when you go to the credits of Dredd, before you get to Adi's name, there was one notable person listed as capital P producer, Alex Garland. Who, funny enough, was a writing supervisor for DMC Devil May Cry. Yeah, remember when this video was about DMC?
Just briefly touch on Devil May
Pepe
Cry
Sylvia.
and video games and some of that other stuff.
Yeah, no, I did all on that.
I did fuck all on that.
But not only was Alex a producer on Dredd, he was also the writer for the film. Not only that, this year we got confirmation that he also ghost directed it, after issues came up with the original director, Pete Travis. Something Garland avoided taking credit for years, despite widespread rumors that this was the case, because he wanted to make sure Travis got his credit for the work he had put in.
Within this is a disservice to Pete Travis, who's the credited director, who did some fundamental, crucial things, and he deserves that title. He was put in an absolutely impossible situation.
I bring this up because Garland had been working on Dredd for years, writing the script since 2006, fine-tuning the tone and world, and once it got a budget from Big
I
Sleep,
cannot tell you guys how perfect of a fucking film Dredd is. Like, as much as I can shit on Adi Shankar for basically being a Hollywood con man, fucking Dredd though, oh my god.
Goes to begin filming, worked with comic book artist Jock to drop concept art to land on how the film would look. This is something he clearly had a lot of passion for as a longtime fan of the Dredd comics. And you can tell that he was heartbroken that it was a box office failure.
I have a whole bunch of feelings about Dredd, and some of it is sort of personal, a sense of having messed up and failed to do something with a comic book character I really care a lot about.
Yet, after the film came out and was a hit with the fans, suddenly Shankar's the one doing all these interviews and YouTube videos where he's claiming credit as the Dredd producer.
I feel like an epic douchebag every time I talk about Dredd. Because literally, no matter what I say, the headline will always read, "Producer says Dredd was a fucking bomb." Yeah, fucking.
He would even use that credibility to gain attention for his own Judge Dredd animated series on YouTube that he commissioned. And look, I hate to rag on the two brothers who directed, wrote, and animated the whole thing for him.
I have to confess, when he pulled the trigger and Lava Girl's head went boom, oh, I got wet.
It isn't great.
I like it.
And so, whenever there was talk of a potential future of a Dredd film sequel, Addy was always there to give his 2 cents.
I feel like Carl made a he made a small statement and it kind of got blown way out of proportion by news sites. Yeah, there are conversations going on, but I wouldn't automatically go like, oh, there's conversations going on, so when's the release date? Right. And there's no script.
Are you involved in the conversations at this point?
Yeah, I'm kind of the one like freaking out and leading the charge, I think.
Going back to that earlier Bleeding Cool interview from 2017, there's a note at the bottom that he told the interviewer that there was no news on the Judge Dredd front, despite the fact he told her to ask him about it. Again, Addy hasn't ever been shy about reminding people of the projects he was involved in, even though he's always squeamish about explaining what his actual involvement
what did you do?
entailed. Just allowing others to draw their own conclusions on what he did and not feeling the need to correct them. He even made a video explaining what it would take to get a second Dredd movie made, like attaching The Rock as a co-star for Karl Urban to sell the film, or getting a high-profile director to replace the original. You know, the guy whose passion project it was from the start.
Yeah.
For the public at the time, people were still under the impression that Pete Travis was the sole director of Dredd. But for those actually involved in the production, it seemed to be a well-known secret that Alex was the one directing the film.
That was right, it was me.
Seeing an executive producer that might not have ever been on set imply that Garland would have to be replaced for a sequel to happen feels gross.
It does feel
but
gross.
Then, 2 weeks later, Alex Garland followed this up by bluntly stating that a Dredd sequel was a pipe dream being sold to fans because the first one lost money, which is a death nail for any movie franchise's future.
But one of the things that's bugged me is that I feel like fans have been slightly exploited to a degree by having things dangled in front of them that were never there. And I really did not dangle those things. I tried not to. The mechanics of film finance are complicated and tricky.
Yeah.
And one thing that's obvious and kind of irreducible is if a film really bombs at the box office, it's hard to get money for a sequel.
Yeah.
And a lot of people got their fingers burned. And Dredd bombed, so, you know.
I'm sorry, you cannot tell me with a straight face that he isn't at least partially addressing Addy here.
Yes.
He is trying so hard not to turn this interview into a public call-out for the sake of maintaining professionalism. But then, 2 years later, there's Addy still talking about how he would make a Dredd 2 happen one day for sure. It was just a matter of whether it would be film or
Never
animated.
listen to the ramen
And
packet.
those
Always
comments
cook your ramen
resulted
for
in
5
Jason
minutes.
Kingsley, the co-owner of the Judge Dredd character and a fellow executive producer on the 2012 film, making a public statement that Shankar had no involvement with the franchise and any future cinematic outings. That's 2 individual people who had direct ties to the original movie that
I
felt
do
the
3.
need to come out
Oh
to
my
say
God,
that
you
this
monster.
man didn't know what he was talking about and should not
In
be
all
listened
caps.
to.
How do you go about? What do you do after the 3? Tell me your ramen process, because I know you. I know you're a good cook.
Cartoon, which
So
got
tell me.
kicked off, and then they were like, "Wait, the cartoon was really cool. You're back on." Yeah.
Now again, does any of this
Wait, what did that say?
The cartoon was really cool.
I also use the stove. Okay, fair enough. I
Now
use the
again,
microwave.
Does any of this definitively prove that Addy is the awful human being that was detailed in that
Look
prior
forward to my
post?
cooking
Do we have
streams.
proof that he was banished from Hollywood for stealing credit from Alex Garland and possibly many others in the industry? No.
No.
Absolutely not. Are you
But
fucking
we have a
crazy?
story.
Do you think I want a defamation case sent my way? none of this would ever hold up in a reasonable court of law since it's all speculative and
Fuck
based
the law.
largely on vibes. I don't have any hard evidence in front of me. But as someone who spent days,
Only time I care about the laws when I'm reading
trolling
Judge Dredd.
through articles and videos, listening to this man talk, watching him spin his whole rogue producer persona that was bucking the Hollywood
absolutely.
elite, the more
No, there's
I
a.
felt
I have
confident
eaten
about
quite a bit of
one
microplastics.
Absolute truth. This man is a professional bullshit artist.
But then I had a rapper explain it to me this way. I mean, he just called me up. It's like, yo, what up? It's Kanye. I'm like, huh? What? Hello?
Again, when you take a step back and look at the totality of his career,
He's also just
Shankar's
cringe.
had a
That's all he needs.
meteoric rise as a producer. But when you actually look at his resume, what's often missing there is the failed promises. Devil May Netflix took years to get made, but it's one of the lucky ones that actually got released. Eddie spent
Hell yeah.
a large part
Same
of his
here.
career
Not in
hinting at
college, but-
projects that get fans talking and journalists writing, but never actually get made.
Yeah, when
As
I was
far
in
as
the
I
Florida
found throughout
arc,
his career,
when I was going
he's
through the
mentioned
Florida arc,
plans
I
or
had
outright
dedicated ramen
announced
bowl.
that he was doing an R-rated Power Rangers series different from the short film he produced, an R-rated Mega Man movie, a Metal Gear Solid anime, a Hyper Light Drifter animated series.
Yeah, so he's a bullshit
PUBG,
artist.
Assassin's Creed, Berserk, and as
Oh
of
god, the
this
Berserk
video,
one hit me,
Duke Nukem,
hurt me.
which
Yeah.
that right there should tell you a lot.
That ain't
Anyone
gonna
who
happen.
promises anything Duke Nukem is a con man at heart
Yes.
on principle.
Yes.
None of the things I mentioned here have ever seen the light of day or been elaborated
You are a good
on
cook.
after he
I've
came
seen
to
your
attention
your
from
work,
announcing
man. You're a
them,
good cook.
And that's just the stuff he directly said he was working on, and not the billion ideas he teases out on social media to rile up fans. Once you see past it, it's transparently clear he does this for attention, creating this never-ending cycle where he talks himself up in interviews as someone making these risky
He's a fake
adaptations
nerd.
of big-name properties no one else is doing,
That tears
getting
it.
attention as some
I'm never
auteur
cooking
producer
again.
that creates works for fans without having to make anything himself,
I shall
leading to
make
more
the
studios
ratatouille.
reaching out to work
Hell
with
yeah.
him because of said projects, getting further interviews because of said reputation,
Fake it till you
and
make it.
repeating until he's now being proclaimed as a producer coming to save Hollywood with barely anything tangible to actually show for it. It's a self-sustaining economy of hype. No one ever called him out on it, so it just kept happening.
I'm inspired by the idea of disruption, that we all can break down, shatter walls and glass ceilings that existed because of old media.
Oh, you did? What'd you
that
think? That's one of my favorite
no
movies.
longer have to exist.
This even goes all the way back to nearly the start of his career. While languishing in the shadow of Dredd's cult success, during the release of the action star ensemble film Expendables 2, Addy made a point of announcing that he was producing an all-woman version of the Expendables, even telling news sites reporting on it that Katie Sackhoff, Sarni Vinson, and Gina Carano were set to star in the film. Okay, you got named people involved. That must mean things are decently
Oh,
far
excuse me.
along
Sorry,
then
guys.
if you're announcing casting. Yet, when Carano was interviewed about it a few months later on the red carpet of Fast and Furious 6, she seemed almost confused by it and not ready to definitively say she was on board.
One of your next projects, I guess, as well, is generating a lot of excitement. It's billed as the all-females Expendables. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
No.
The female Expendables I haven't gotten a script on yet, so I'll have to read a script, but I think if you get the right
Yes.
director and the
It's
right
a great book,
visionary
too.
behind it, it could be pretty cool. 'Cause
Odd reaction from someone who is presented as a cornerstone of the project. Sharni Vincent gave the impression she was more set in her involvement in the film when asked, but also had no idea what was happening with the cast or script, other than there was talks happening.
Is not for me to decide. I just, whatever the title is, if I'm in the film, I'll be very, very
Fantastic
grateful.
book. Love it.
We
One of
can't
my
wait to
all-time
see you in it.
favorites.
When do you think you might start filming? What stage are you at the moment?
For what I'm aware, we're shooting next year. I couldn't tell you exactly when in the year, but we're looking for a 2015 release, so yeah.
Yet, when interviewers returned to the subject the following year, she clearly had no new information.
By the way,
implying the project
what Adi does here is super common. It's not an uncommon thing. There's a great video put out by Pointless Hub, one of my favorite YouTubers in recent memory. I feel like this is elaboration on a pus-filled bump of a severely infected wound with Hyod. Dude, that is exactly what I was just about to say. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I've had my fill. I know this guy's a scumbag. I know this is it. So we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here. I apologize for not watching more videos. We went a bit long on the Devil May Cry thing, but I was very passionate about it, and I had a lot to say. I hope you guys enjoyed the watch-along of Amazing Digital Circus Episode 8. I had a great time with that one. Very excited to see episode 9. We'll definitely be talking quite a bit about that episode going forward. I also got to show Vea the episode. She has not seen it. Anyways, thank you all for being here, friends. I hope you had a wonderful time. If you're new here and you enjoyed the stream, be sure to follow. If you want to see more from me, or if you just want to hang out, be sure to join the Discord via the link down below. And finally, if you want to support the stream and help it grow and help us achieve our goals of getting an audio upgrade, be sure to subscribe. Subscribers get access to the special subscriber channel, as well as many other benefits, such as being able to see my videos early. We have the current early video we got out is the Yakuza 1 compilation. It's an hour plus of highly edited Yakuza action, so be sure to check that out. If you are a subscriber, it is linked in the subscriber channel in the Discord. What else? But yeah, subscribers get to join me every other week for game night, where we all hang out and play games together and just have a great time. Oh, too mellow, yeah. We're gonna go ahead and find ourselves someone to raid, someone else who is just catting. And I will see you all tomorrow for some Dark Future. Really cool car combat game I've been getting into. Just chilling. Alright, not really anyone who's just catting that I want to raid. Let's check our follow list. Alright, we're going to go ahead and raid Ilavi, who is playing Diablo 2. Hell yeah. I will see you all tomorrow for some Dark Future Blood Red States, and take care. The new to the old to the new to the old to the new to the old to the new, new. Alright, that was fun. To the old to the new, old to the old to the old to the old. Alright.